Taylor, are we using a clicker or
I'm giving it to Jim.
clicker?
That's what I'm told.
Yeah,
Might pass it to you guys.
Familiar with that? How forward slides?
This top button is a laser pointer if you want it, and then it's just forward back.
Probably advanced reading slides. I don't know how many slides you're going to We can tape this even.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, another project presentation, I don't know what
Everybody said it was too.
Everybody's making it crude.
That might work, so that it's not.
Rocking it today. That's what we try to do. Afterwards, we're kind of trying to what are some of the things, because I can have on my board. Some kids that are struggling.
Friends, can I get your attention? Friends, can I have your attention? It's 6 o'clock, we're going to get started. For those of you watching tonight's meeting via Diligent Community, the meeting is available live stream via the Diligent Community platform. Public comment is accepted in person. A link to the video will be posted to the Diligent Community website immediately following this evening's meeting. To improve the sound while listening to the meeting, please turn up the volume on your computer and turn up the volume on the Diligent Community site. The meeting packet for tonight's meeting is located on the Diligent Community site. For those attending tonight's meeting, bathrooms are located in the foyer through the double doors. The emergency exits from the room are the door behind you or through the foyer. If you haven't already, please sign the white attendance sheet at the table at the back of the meeting. To improve the quality of the sound, there is a boom microphone in this corner of the room directed towards the commissioners. The microphone will also pick up any additional noise surrounding it and any sidebar conversations. If you are...
No, it's not, we've got it all set up, so hers is not, we're getting.
Oh, we can't.
Feel free,
We can't hear you.
Feel free, because there's some seats available in the front. So if it's
still
difficult to
still
hear,
can't
Hear
Shit.
you.
if it's difficult to hear, please feel free to move to the front, okay?
But the front
This
can't
is a
hear.
business meeting. The board asks for your cooperation to maintain decorum. Please be considerate and refrain from interrupting board members and other speakers. In the spirit of the caucus meeting that took place on Monday, We'd like to encourage people to maintain civility, encourage collaboration, and focus on efficiency. May I have a call to order?
Commissioner Hemmings is absent. Commissioner James?
Here.
Commissioner Rapp? Here. Commissioner Root? Here. Commissioner Tyson?
Here.
Commissioner Lesson is en route, I believe. And Commissioner Cotto?
Here.
You have a quorum?
Excellent, thank you. Are there any additions or changes to the agenda? No, excellent. Financials. May I have a motion to approve the September 2023 financials?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Thank you, Commissioner Cotto. The Winnetka Park District's year-to-date financial performance through September continues to deliver a positive operating surplus. As noted last month, the operating surplus would be larger had we received the second installment of tax payments due from Cook County. Those will be received in December of this year, so we are operating at a small revenue deficit until such time as those tax payments arrive. Had we received those on time, our operating surplus would be a little over $4.2 million. In September, we have $1,047,120.94 worth of payments for the stormwater project that drove up our overall expenses, consequently impacting the operating surplus. Interest income and program fees continue to exceed expectations, largely offsetting the expected loss of revenue from golf operations due to the course being shut down. The net operating income is $1,387,759, which is $506,270 above year-to-date budget. Year-to-date operating expenses, capital expenses, and major capital expenses are all below budget. The combination of these results yields a $6,501,698 operating surplus. Our 2023 revenue projections are tracking to meet year-end budget figures, and we forecast year-end operating expenses and capital expenses to remain below budget.
Thank you. Any questions? May I have a motion to approve? We have a second. May I have a roll call?
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson?
Yes.
Commissioner Cotto?
Yes.
That motion passes.
Vouchers. May I have a motion to approve the vouchers for $641,108.30 as presented?
Yes.
May I have a second?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Excellent. Any discussion?
Thank you again, Commissioner Cotto. We had $641,108.30 worth of vouchers for the month. A significant portion of that was in the recreation fund. We had over $100,000 paid out to Hot Shots for the camps they maintain for us the second part of August, and due to the D36 delay at the start of school. So nothing out of the ordinary, nothing unexpected.
May I have a roll call?
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson?
Yes.
Commissioner Cotto?
Yes.
And Commissioner James?
Yes.
That motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 5 is remarks from visitors. This is your chance to address the board on any issue. When called upon, please come to the center position in the front of the commissioners and stand at the podium. State your name for the record and speak directly to the board. Keep all comments around 3 minutes. This is not a question and answer forum. Please do not expect a response or an answer from the park board this evening. If you prefer to share your comments in writing, you may use the comment cards which are available near the sign-in sheets. Any park district staff member will accept your card to be shared with the board. Going to start in the back of the room on the right. Oh, Mary, go ahead. Yeah. That's-
You're right.
yes, you're right.
Good evening, Mary Garrison. This is on now.
Yep.
Thanks, John. I just have a couple of questions, and I know we can't have a question-answer session, and I won't be able to ask the questions when you review the 3D plans. So I'd just like to ask my questions up front, maybe they'll come up. I'm wondering, the mountain on the north side, I was curious as what the width of that pile of rocks is. I'm also curious about the width of the existing pier. And then When you're standing at the water and looking at the steel piling, the steel piling looks so shallow. So I was curious what the height of that steel piling is versus the sand, or how much sand is going to be brought in there to raise the sand level. The dog beach entrance, what is the size of the cage? These might be on there, but I didn't see them. So. And which beaches will be for swimming? Because there's several areas where you can swim. The only thing with the schematics and the 3D, I was a little disappointed that so many were from like a bird's eye view and not from the sand. Because I think the concern is the view looking down the lake as you're standing or sitting on the sand. And I really only saw one of those, and it was a bit confusing, so maybe you'll give me some explanation for that question. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the back row that would like to speak? Sherry?
Hi, Sherry Molitor. I want to bring, which I'm sure you've all seen, the Winnetka Caucus survey results. I know a comment was made several weeks ago saying you had enough public input. We've used this for over 100 years, the caucus system. And I know numbers can be spun many different ways, but it's pretty clear that nearly 60% of the community have concerns regarding your plan. 14% are very concerned and prefer a referendum, and close to, I believe, 44% want minimal work done at the beach. Reopen Elder, shore up the bluffs, call it a day. Only not quite 39% want your big, giant park-like beach. It's clear that this does not have community support. It couldn't be more clear. While there's a lawsuit pending and a swap pending and all kinds of other things, I don't know that people even knew what they really were expecting, what your plan is. I think it's very confusing because it seems to change a lot. A lot of taxpayer money, I think nearly $1 million, has been spent already on this, and we've kind of got nowhere, and it just kind of keeps spinning. Another interesting part of the caucus survey was there was overwhelming disappointment regarding the park board and the lack of transparency, all kinds of things. I didn't read all 300 or 400 comments, but as looking at it a few times, it was clear people are very disappointed in this board and the lack of transparency. I think that it's important that the community is informed in the interest of transparency, that the former most recent park board president, not Christina, solicited a donation from Orchard 2020. That donation was solicited just this past August, while swaps were up in the air, while community lawsuits were pending. It seems unethical, and it's certainly not transparent. It's not uncommon for donations to be solicited. We all know that, but not in that sort of a situation where there are lawsuits, where there's a swap, where there's community division over this project. I think that speaks volumes. The community does not support this pet project. The solicitation seemed more like a bribe than a donation. The park board resources that are there could be so much better used for things we don't have. You've heard it before. Pickleball, going back to free activities in the community that used to be free. 4th of July, Easter egg hunt. Fee-based before and after school childcare. Fix the Green Bay Trail. I nearly killed myself the other day. The leaves are falling and there are so many divots on the running parts that I brought to someone's attention, but nothing's been done. The community doesn't support this, so it's time to let it go, to reset, and think about that we don't need another huge combined beach when we have Tower and Lloyd. It's already understaffed, beaches are underutilized.
Thank you, Sherry. Is there anyone else in the back row? Thank you very much. Anyone else in the back row? think we're prioritizing the public comment microphone.
Hi, good evening. My name's Phil Inquist from 476 Provident. I've been a resident for 30-some-odd years. There have been a lot of preferred plans over the last 2 years, and I may be the only one that couldn't negotiate your website. Is it possible to request that the Park District staff put it up on the screen and show us the plan that you're going to be discussing tonight? I know you can't answer, but that's my request to the staff. I don't know if Costa can do this, but it would just take a couple minutes for us to see the plan that you're voting on. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Joanna, do you want to say anything? The next row forward. Yes, please come forward.
Linda Welch. Thank you. The last 18 months have been stressful and I'm sure difficult for all of you on the board, as well as those of us who've been attending the meetings. And I kept thinking that for many of us who've been attending the meetings that we've been labeled the unhappy minority, the rabble-rousers, the people who are creating trouble, but yet I've thoughtfully read the caucus results 3 nights in a row, all responses related to the Park District, and it's absolutely not true. The village, the people that you guys are here to represent, does not support many of the plans that you are doing. And I think it's really important to reiterate that what they do support is fixing Elder, and that should have been done last year, and it should for sure be done next year. Anything that has to do with a large, expensive plan must go to referendum. We've been saying this and no one's been listening, but your constituency is asking you to do this. I think it's really important to understand that the swap has undermined faith in the board, and mostly because it wasn't above board. If it had been talked about, if we knew about it, everything has been with a lack of transparency, and this is what happens. We have so much discord, and I just want to give a couple quotes and then I'll stop. Stop making deals behind everyone's back. This is from the caucus. The Winnetka Park District is not listening to the public. They're following a grandiose plan not approved by the public. The land swap is a disaster. There is a lack of transparency. And finally, more concern about the public's rights and less concern about the wishes of a private landowner should be considered. Thank you.
Kim Marsh, 364th Street. This dovetails right on what Linda Welch just talked about. I have questions, and I realize nobody's going to answer them tonight. Maybe they will. About the master agreement and the boundary agreement that I got access to after it was revealed under a FOIA request. And I don't even know if the newer people on the board are aware of these 2 side agreements that were subject to a cloak of confidentiality until the FOIA request. So first of all, I'd like to express my distress and dismay that the board would ever enter into anything confidential with a private owner. I think that's just outrageous and ludicrous. But the boundary agreement exists. If anyone wants a copy, I'm happy to make it for them. And I'm just curious where these stand now. Are these still part of the swap that is intended to happen? Are they going to be attached to it? Are they going to be put out in the open?
So I'm gonna answer this. I don't want to interrupt you, but
No,
I do
go
want to
ahead.
answer this
Take my
because
time
the
to
master agreement was never signed. Never signed.
That doesn't mean anything.
Never signed.
So it was never signed. Does that mean
Not
going
included.
forward that it is not part of the swap? Because some of the provisions in
No.
there are completely outrageous.
It was what led us to litigation, thank you. It was the point that led us to litigation. The original agreement that was drafted and signed in October of 2020 is the agreement. Anything else is not included.
Okay, so I'm hearing that from you publicly tonight, so that's helpful. Yeah, and I would also ask you going forward that there be no confidentiality to anything. And anyone who enters into that, and it's very clear who did it, is breaching all public trust. And if you don't understand the frustration, you just need to read these agreements and read the comments and the edits, and you just want to fall over and be sick because it's just a breach of trust and lack of transparency. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the second to the last row? Anyone else in the third to the last row?
Good evening, Randy Whitchurch, 143 Fuller Lane. I have several questions to the board that should be answered before the current plan is submitted to the Army Corps and the IDNR. First, why are you insisting on spending millions of dollars to create another swimming beach at Centennial when our current beaches are underutilized and difficult to staff? It makes absolutely no sense. I remind you that the beachfront improvements ranked number 7 on the recent caucus survey priority list. Why doesn't the park board sponsor a professionally designed and administered survey that is statistically valid to determine what the community really wants in beachfront development? The last survey you took was in 2015 and was neither professionally designed nor statistically valid. That's malpractice, and contrary to the assertion in the beachfront plan that you would regularly monitor public opinion and modify the beachfront plan accordingly. You have absolutely no clue on what this community really wants. Why do you refuse to put your proposed expenditure of up to $25 million to referendum? Actually, I know the answer to this one. It's because you're afraid you would lose. And actually, I think I'm right on that. How can this board proceed with spending hundreds of thousands of taxpayer money on consulting fees without a competitive bidding process? That should be illegal. It certainly qualifies as business malpractice. It's time to give the Lakota Shabika Old Boy Network some healthy competition. Why does the multi-million-dollar breakwater design do nothing to protect the beach and bluff from erosion when the wind blows from the east or northeast? Isn't beach erosion and bluff protection one of the major goals of the beachfront plan? It's a poor design and needs to be fixed. Why are you moving ahead with the land swap agreement? It's widely known that there's a philanthropist in town who's willing to purchase 261 from Justin Ishbia and donate it to the Park District. Why aren't you moving ahead with this alternative? Unite the beaches and keep Centennial intact. That is a win-win. Lastly, why are you considering the grant of Dog Beach naming rights to Justin Ishbia? This is a guy who has permanently desecrated our beachfront by knocking down the bluff and who is building a 68,000 square foot monstrosity equal in size to the Hearst Castle and 24% bigger than the White House. If anyone should be granted naming rights, it should be Angie Dahl, who had the foresight to create the Dog Beach in the first place. That's who should get naming rights. Now I've got a handout here, which is a response that I wrote and sent to the Chicago Tribune and the Record North Shore in response to Mr. Ishbia's letter the other day that appeared in the Tribune. This is my response, and just in case it doesn't get published, which it probably won't, I'd like you to have the benefit of seeing it. So I'm going to hand it out to each of the board members. So you
Thank you
can
very much.
benefit from my letter.
Thanks, Randy.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Just pass it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much.
In the front row. Katie, do you want to speak? David?
Well, I gotta tell you, I haven't been here for 5 months.
David.
I've been listening. I've been listening. Sorry, name. Oh, I'm sorry, but that's my preamble. David Seaman, 1026 Oak Street, former commissioner, 2020-23. I'll say thank you for the opportunity, of course, to address the board. 2 topics. Survey. I got to tell you, I don't understand what was said about the survey, but here are the numbers and the facts and the truth from the way I see it. There were 2,155 responses on this year's survey. Around 1,850 to 1,890 responses on the Park District questions. That's a lot for a survey. To put more context around these numbers, the last 3 consolidated elections for Winnetka Park District Commissioners have received the following vote totals. 2019, about 2,600 votes. 2021, about 1,000. 2023, about 2,000. So 2,155 responses is pretty broad and pretty representative of the community. Further, I think it's fair to say that this does represent the current views of the broader community, not the same group that seems to show up every night or every meeting. To that point, by the way, it's worth noting that 25% of the respondents on this year's survey were between the ages of 25 and 44. I went back to 2018 and couldn't find a higher percentage of responses from that age group. Again, this is another data point. We've had a lot of new families move into Winnetka the past couple of years. Now, more specifically, question 5 of the survey, which references the May 25th, 2023 plan. 1,561 responses, or 83% of the responses, are in favor of moving forward with the plan, and potentially more. I must say I don't understand the previous comments from the audience. They might be specifically talking about the comments, but 1,561 said plan or even more plan. Only 283 said referendum. Second point, the current plan. To take a couple steps back, in June of 2022, I voted along with Commissioners Ruth and Rapp to withdraw the permit for work at Elder Centennial. It's now been 16 months since that vote. 16 months of listening and gathering valuable feedback from the broader community. And more importantly, 16 months without any input or demands from Orchard 2020. Fact. Full stop. There have been substantial modifications from that June 22nd plan. Removal of the louvers, the planter pockets, the new Elder path, the hook on the Elder breakwater, the Centennial property line breakwater, passage to and from over on both breakwaters in Elder and Centennial, reduction of the height of stone breakwaters, improvement of the existing Elder path, and further thoughtful development on a wonderful dog beach, which does include a breakwater. So I would say in summary, the Winnetka Park Board has listened and learned. The current plan design is nothing like the one I voted to withdraw the permit on. I like to call it a second cousin once removed. It doesn't look anything like the plan that Commissioners Root, myself, and Rapp voted to withdraw. So I encourage all members tonight of the board to approve the current plan and move forward to repair, protect, preserve, and invest our most unique asset, as the broader community wants us to. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Katie, I think here's the last one who might want to speak.
Do you want to go?
These are all staff.
I don't know if Sue.
Susie Shriver might want to speak too.
Oh, Susie, do you want to go?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Please.
No, thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Katie Stevens. And dear, the one thing that you're missing is that with the survey results.
Address the board.
I'm just talking, I'm just looking.
Address the board.
Okay, I am. So, the difference is that if you ask the public for $14 to $24 million, the answer is going to be no. And the difference is that the survey didn't quote a price. So if you want to get a true read, then ask us to write it down and vote, because that makes me infuriated. Granted, you all have made strides, but this still is not where it needs to be. Happy anniversary, it's our 3-year anniversary of this, that we've been coming here. The plaintiff's lawyer, just so you know, was quoted as saying that the order allows us and him to pursue the crux of the case, that the Winnetka Park District's proposed exchange agreement is a violation of the public trust doctrine, and that the plaintiff plans to amend the complaint consistent with the court's guidance. The plaintiff will continue to protect the public's right to use and enjoy the public land. My points are that the walls divide, not unite our beach. It has been 3 years, you say one united beach, but I feel you've lost your way. 1,000-foot beach, you keep telling people in next door and all these places that this is a united beach. This new plan is so revolting to me, it's anything but. We have 3 walls that are massive. How much land do those rocks take up on the beach of the 1,000 feet? They're 225 feet out into the lake that divide our beach in ways I've never even conceived of in 3 years. 2 walls in the middle of the beach all the way to the bluff. For what purpose? And a third at Elder? I got involved for one reason, and I have nothing but the public interest at heart. I got involved to keep our views. Goodbye to our current gorgeous, uninterrupted views of Gilson and from our beach to Gilson to Waukegan. We as taxpayers will be paying $14 to $24 million for 3 rock walls in the lake. Why are we paying for someone else's privacy? We are putting 3 walls in the middle of what would be a 1,000-foot beach. But more importantly, why would you ask me as a taxpayer, or any of us as taxpayers, to pay for someone else's privacy? Rocks to the bluff, rocks how many feet wide, how much beach do we lose, and what do we gain? I don't see anything that I gain. I see everything that I lose. Where are we today? We in Winnetka do not want to pay $14 to $24 million for the 3 rock walls to nowhere. You owe us a referendum after 3 years of coming here. We want a 1,000-foot uninterrupted beach. Elder does not need an incredibly wide wall on the north end that takes up more beachfront than God. How much land are just the rocks on the beach if you added the 3 walls together? Centennial has a 90-foot beach and needs nothing. It has weathered all of the storms. We do not need to pay for unnecessary walls for anyone's privacy, specifically 2 in the middle of the park. Do not take the donation, do not ask for the money. This is our land, we want a referendum. We do not even have a true coastal engineer's response.
Katie, you're about 2
Okay,
minutes over.
one more sentence. Isn't 65,000 square foot house and 4 acres enough? Take the middle land by eminent domain. It's been 3 years. Be done.
Is there anyone else? Susie, did you want to speak?
No, I really didn't. I meant no thank you.
I didn't want to miss the chance. Okay.
We didn't know it was 24 million then, David. We didn't know it was 24 million.
Tell the truth for a change.
You, David.
Tell the truth.
So that concludes.
Tell the truth.
Friends,
David, tell the truth.
friends,
Everybody.
we're going to settle down. We're going to maintain civility. We're going to cooperate, and we're going to be efficient. So I'm going to ask the commissioners going forward to observe the same 3-minute limit that all of our public speakers have observed. I think that's fair. That'll be efficient and cooperative. Remarks from visitors, the first session is concluded. Now we're going to approval of the minutes via consent agenda. Without objection or request for removal of any specific item from the consent agenda for individual consideration, we will act on the following items with a single vote. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Madam Chair, I just have a question. I submitted a letter of disagreement to, I think they were the August 21st minutes in response to council's colleague's suggestion, Scott Puma, at an IAPD conference that when, and in the interest of brevity, there is a disagreement on minutes, that the letter of disagreement will then be attached to the minutes. My question is, did that occur?
I think it's in the minutes file,
Yep.
correct? In
But
accordance
is it
with-
part of the minutes?
To be approved, yes.
Okay, then thank you for that clarification. Thank you so much.
No problem. Any other discussion? Yes.
I had submitted a comment back on the calendar, which I think is built in the consent agenda for August,
Right.
the August 15th meeting.
Right.
You
wanted
proposal to move it to the 22nd, that is the same week that New Trier will
Starts.
start. So I
Yeah.
think that for people with school-age children, that might
Yeah.
be a little easier to.
I think that's we'll pull that calendar item out and we'll approve the rest. I think that's a reasonable request. Okay, so pulling out the park board meeting schedule, item number 6.5. May I have a roll call?
Commissioner Root?
Yes?
Commissioner Tyson?
Yes.
Commissioner Lesson?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
And Commissioner Kodo?
Yes.
That motion passes.
We will now address the calendar separately. May I have a motion to approve the calendar?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I would propose that we move the August 15th meeting to August 22nd to hopefully minimize the overlap with vacations. It seems, I know it seems a lot later in August because of how the dates fall, but
What does that result in terms of time between the July and August meeting?
It slightly lengthens it by 1 week.
Oh, I know
It
that.
doesn't, yeah, no. But it doesn't,
That
no, but the beauty of it is it doesn't compress September.
Yes, that was my next question.
Yeah, so here it is. And
So we go from July 18th to August 22nd, one meeting per month.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Any other discussion? Okay.
thank you
So,
for coming out with your preliminary
I know,
calendar
they came out
dates
on
today.
Monday, exactly, they came out on Monday. Okay, so we'll approve the park board meeting schedule, 2024 park board meeting schedule with one change. The August 15th meeting will take place on August 22nd. May I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Tyson?
Yes.
Commissioner Lesson?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo?
Yes.
That motion passes.
Communications?
Yep, so you have a number of articles regarding the proposed donation, as well as the current lawsuit and the proposed property exchange agreement. They are in our packet, as well as some commentary regarding our recent activities at at Nick Corwin Park. I think is that in this segment or the next segment? Did not make it, so it's in our next segment.
Excellent.
That's it.
Good. New business. Bring you back to Jim Crocker.
Thank you, Commissioner Cotto. There's a slight change in the order of the presentation. Kemper Sports Management is going to go first and present their 2024 golf budget. And then we will do the rest of the cases and units after that. Floor is yours, Vince.
There's some seats over here. You guys want to?
Yeah.
So just so you don't block the audience, if you agree, they're not, when you're not speaking, you can sit.
Yes, it's at the end
It
of
had
the
its own
budget.
separate
It's page
section.
156 through 156 through 172.
It wasn't in that packet, it was in a separate supplement.
It's in the
In the-
board packet.
yeah, they both had it.
Try now.
We don't have a printed copy.
Okay,
We don't
mine.
have a printed copy.
I got you.
That- yeah, that's- I think that's-
Hold on. You got 'em.
Here, you have mine. It's okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, good evening, everybody. We're happy to be here this evening to walk through the FY '23 year in review, also to get into the FY '24 budget. We'll be going through the property budget as a whole, going through revenues, expenses, payroll, capital projects, and then we'll finish up with a brief overview on the marketing plan for 2024. So 2023 was a great year. It started with the onboarding of the facility within the KSM team, onboarding Matt Johnson, our general manager, onboarding the rest of the team, and really welcoming them to our company and to our team. So it was great to welcome Matt and the rest of the team to Kemper Sports. We hired a director of agronomy, Andrew. Everybody knows Andrew. Andrew joined our team in March of this year. He's done a great job, Andrew Garner, of building the facility, of managing the construction project, and getting the project to where it is today. We spent 2023 working with Costa and the rest of the Park District team to really understand Winnetka Golf Club, to really understand the ins and outs of the construction project, what the goals and objectives were, looking at the clubhouse, etc. We ramped up our operations on the revenue side, the range operations. We brought in Callaway Golf to partner with, as you've heard Matt talk about several times, to do fitting days and different events on the driving range. We brought in Discover Golf, which is the junior program that we have throughout at a couple different golf courses to really work with the juniors and the community. And that partnership was excellent in 2023, and it'll continue in 2024. We assisted the residents of Winnetka to find places to play in 2023 here. With the golf course shut down, we know there's a lot of golfers in Winnetka that want to continue to play golf, so we found places for them to play. We had 3 or 4 permanent tee time groups that took advantage of Deer Path up in Lake Forest. There was also some negotiated residence rates at some other municipal properties. The Greenside Bunker Project. We kicked off the Greenside Bunker Project and finished the Greenside Bunker Project, which Dave will talk a little bit about the construction here in a little bit. But that project was obviously a great project that we worked with Wadsworth on. The Grow-In. While the Grow-In is still in progress, we started the Grow-In. We're several months into the Grow-In, and that is going well, and Dave will touch on that. We hired an assistant superintendent and a mechanic in 2023, which have been great assets to the club. Public relations, you've seen monthly some of the videos and the pictures and the drone shots of the work that's being done. Mary Kate will go through a little bit of that. Will show us an update on September, but those drone videos continue to come, continue to be given to us. We continue to put them on social media. We have the community tours. The community tours on weekends, Saturdays and Sundays, they've been a huge hit for people to see. Take tours with Matt and with Andrew to see exactly what the changes have been at Winnetka. So we thank you guys for that. Some of the challenges we've had, we've really weather's always a challenge, but we had a great weather year in 2023. But the agronomy hourly staff, that was certainly a challenge. It worked to our advantage and to our disadvantage. Hiring laborers in 2023, you hear it all over the place, trying to find people. The golf business is no different, but Andrew and Matt and Dave Broley here did a great job hiring. We are going to ramp up the staff in 24, but that was certainly a challenge for us. Some things that we still need to get done in 2023 and 2024, lock down the food and beverage plan. Now that we have our opening in sight in 2024, to really lock down the plan for food and beverage. to continue our discussions with Costa on additional infrastructure needs for the patio, the golf shop, and the food and beverage operation. To put together our full operational plan for the opening. We'll talk about what the budget was built on here in just a little bit, but the full operational plan that will be, we'll go through with John and Costa and the rest of the Park District team. What those things will affect, those things will certainly affect the revenue. We expect increased revenue and community impact with the improved facilities and the community, of course, buying into the facility. So 2023 as a whole, net income or total revenue for 2023, $506,000 compared to a budget of $434 on the revenue side. The driving range was a huge boost for us. We project over $190,000 in total range revenue for 2023. And to put that in perspective, that's almost equal to the range revenue when the golf course was open. So that's just a great number. Merchandise sales, we expect $57,000 in total revenue for merchandise sales, $155,000 in revenue for Discover Golf. On the expense side, we spent $35,000 in sand. That was a big cost for us, but that's associated with the renovation and the construction project. Tree removal, we spent $30,000 on tree removal as we went around and took down some additional trees that were tagged for removal as part of the project. And water is projected to be at $67,000 for water, which is below normal, but to be expected with the grow-in of a construction project. One thing to note, Wadsworth Golf, the Greenside Bucker project, Wadsworth is paid through the major capital, so that is not shown as part of these financial figures here. Where does this leave us? An EBITDA, EBITDA of negative $622,000 on a budget of a negative $900,000 EBITDA. So approximately $300,000 favorable on the EBITDA side. So we lost less than anticipated. Capital projects, $184,800 compared to a budget of $432,500. So our net income will be, $550,000 favorable to budget for FY23. Before we get into FY24, I'd like Dave to just give a brief update on construction.
Thank you, Vince. For those who I haven't met, I'm Dave Groley. I'm the regional agronomist for Kemper Sports and work closely with the team and Andrew and Dave Dave, our assistant, on the growing and construction here this whole summer. And first off, I just want to say, if those of you who haven't been out there, if you get time, go take a look, because it's quite amazing. The transformation that has occurred out there from the beginning of August to now, I think you'll be blown away at how well everything's gone. Very, very happy with how everything's come out to date. The weather was very favorable all summer long. We had timely rains. It just seemed to go very, very well as far as the uncontrollables. So that's always nice. But we are currently in the midst of grow-in, towards the tail end of grow-in. We're in really good shape. We are mowing all surfaces with the exception of the par 3 course, which was a little bit later. Number 18 fairway we haven't been on yet as far as a mower goes, but all other fairways on the 18-hole course, all fairways, greens, tees are being mowed regularly. We do have 3 new greens: the 18th green, the chipping green, and number 9 on the par 3. Those are brand new greens that were seeded towards the end of. They're seeded in September, end of August. So we're hoping that we will get a cut on those next week. So we're far enough along where we'll get a cut on those before we put everything to bed. But overall, an outstanding project, and we're still a long way to go, but we're in really, really good shape for where we're at. And team has worked really hard, short-staffed a little bit, so kudos to the guys that were out there for hours and hours and hours taking care of things, making sure that this project is a success. So the par 3 course is a little bit behind as far as timing goes, but we are seeing, even through this week, we had a lot of germination this week on greens, on tees and fairways. It's turning green right before our eyes, so and I'm very happy and pleased with where we're at with that. Next week's weather looks to be pretty favorable again for growth. It's supposed to be in the upper 50s, low 60s with not too cold the temperatures overnight, so we'll still get growth next week, and we'll continue to push that. And the plan will be to basically put everything to bed as winter approaches, unfortunately. But we are in Chicago, so the irrigation system will be winterized, and we will apply plant protectants on everything necessary to protect our asset here through the winter months. And we'll be ready to get back at it in the spring. But overall, I don't know if anyone could be unhappy or with what happened out there this summer. It was truly a great project. So, if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer any.
There's a couple questions.
Have we installed temporary fencing to keep trespassers and vandals off the golf course?
Yeah, so we have had some installed. On the north side of the course, that's gone in, and up here around the clubhouse is all in. So I think we're pretty well buttoned up from the ice arena, where I'm at here, but from the ice arena to over to the first tee on the par 3. That is all up, and we do have over on behind the second green. That's all fenced in, and we prepared fencing.
I'm just reiterating to the community, we need your help policing it.
Okay.
We've had bicyclists, we've had dog walkers, golfers, sports players out on the brand new turf. It's terrible for it. I've also seen evidence of the deer going on the greens. Obviously, we can't control them, but are you planning on putting snow fence around the greens during the winter?
Yeah, so the newer greens, 18 in particular, we will put some fencing around it, and probably number 5 on the par 3 as well, because that was the last green seeded. It's barely coming in right now, but anything that is new, we will put fencing around, because especially on that par 3, that seems to be a major corridor for them to travel between the woods that are to the west of the par 3 to get on the 18th, so we'll fence those off.
Lawrence made a comment. I just wanted to say thank you. I had the opportunity to go on a tour a couple of weeks ago, and everything looks fantastic. Andrew did a great job fielding questions from the community. The people who were on the tour with me were excited. They saw a few new things of interest with the course. They were excited to compare it to the old course. I was like, but look, there's a new drain right there. So they were, all, these were some experienced golfers. I will say I did see a security person from the men's golf club out there as well when I was on the tour, positioned centrally with a golf cart with good visibility of the course. And so I felt that the community was pretty excited. And everything looked great. It was great to see the grass growing in. People were commenting on how well it was coming in, so that was good. The bridges looked like they were coming along, so it was really positive. So
well, thank you for the feedback. Yeah, the team has worked extremely hard in 2023, and I think the product will show when we open in 24, and it's just a fantastic facility. So,
quick question: the sledding hill is an attractive asset to the community when the snow comes, and I think for the second year it'll be closed, right? And so that's properly closed just to prevent.
That's completely fenced off. We're actually going to put snow fencing across the sled hill for those that might be enticed to cross the fencing and try to go through there.
Great.
And we're going to make sure public is aware of that as well as signage and brochures and so forth.
Yeah. Thanks.
So we're going to get into 2024's budget, and Matt is going to take the lead on this. And we're going to talk a little bit about projected openings, kind of the assumptions that we made for the budget, etc.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you. Good evening. I'm going to talk to 2024 and just a couple key points on assumptions and how we got to the numbers that we have presented to you. The Kemper team met with Jim Crocker independently to discuss the budget, and then we also discussed capitals with Costa, and then our marketing team has talked to Gracie. So we've been interacting with the Park District teams to get the budget in line. If we start out here, obviously, like one of the main things we're looking at is to continue to grow and to phase that into 24 so that everything comes out. We'll see in the spring when we get out there, but off of Dave's lead there, everything looks great so far and really promising. Obviously, one of those leading into that is delivering best-in-class course conditions. So we'll have an excellent product, and that's having Andrew and his team all ramped up. We've got good machinery. I know you guys know about one machine that we're looking to get in capital, a Sidewinder. So that's in order to take care of that product that we've got out there. And continue to invest in human capital. So that's us recruiting laborers and us making sure that we're at the top of the market and our means to do so. Invest in property infrastructure. That speaks to, you guys have already invested a lot into the infrastructure there, but there's some more investment we're looking at in terms of like Bridget number 2, some more equipment, some adjustments in the clubhouse and those sort of things going forward. And then continue to add to our service experience of the property. With Kemper, we have training modules that are unique, so it's Kemper True Service is one of those, and that's so that we can provide that service level that we want and expect all of our employees to be on. And then obviously welcoming our residents back to the golf course. They're very anxious to get out there. We've had those tours going on and a lot of positive feedback, and just the people going up to the first tee and looking out there have all commented on how beautiful it is and how great a product it looks to be. Excuse me. And then expanding with Discover Golf. Discover Golf had a pretty good kickoff, but obviously with the transition of when we took over, their registration process was probably a little bit slower than normal, so we're hoping to get those back online and then also expand out with them having some access to some different areas later on. That should open up some more of their programming as they move forward. And then expand fitting relationships. We had a great relationship with Callaway, which we've spoken to a lot. We've had the other manufacturers in there, so we're looking to expand on some of those dates we have with them and to increase on that revenue for the merchandise in the golf shop. And then obviously open the facility. We want to get up and going and get things back online. Part of that, we're putting in a new point of sale system right now, so we're transitioning toward 2024. So this is high level stuff, but basically like our assumptions are in August 15th, so we build our numbers off of a conservative date, August 15th of opening up. And we're going to continue with dynamic pricing. Kemper has a little different module for the dynamic pricing. It's a little more aggressive than what we're using before, and a really good tool for us to take advantage of the great product that we have. It's similar to, and I spoke to this before, it's hotels, hospitality industry all uses it, so we're going to see a lot of demand out there, and this will boost the price of those greens fees. Therefore, when we talk about rates, we're talking about like kind of floor rates. In most of those times, if you go to some of the websites, they don't post rates on there. Obviously, they're listed by tee time, but they just describe how dynamic pricing works and how demand creates that price ceiling to go up. We've added in there a rate increase, obviously, when we went to those, because we're going to be offline for a couple years in those, and in that time, a lot of the courses, particularly some of the ones that have had renovation work done, have really ramped up their daily fee. So I figure we're going to be at the top of that market with our new product, so we've got a pretty decent increase added in there. Cart fee, we're looking to take up about $3 a cart. We were up there a little bit, but this will take us toward the top of the market with new carts. And then a slight range ball increase on the buckets to get us back in line with where the rest of the market is. We've been there this year, but we're seeing that increase on a yearly basis. So we weren't behind this year, but that's factored in toward 2024 is maintaining that increase to be there. Merchandise revenue will increase with the traffic coming in. So more rounds we get, the more people we get coming through buying golf balls, which are a big seller for us. Those will start to move again, and then gloves. Food and beverage, as Vince mentioned earlier, we're going to be meeting on that. We're still deciding whether that's in-house or out service. So when we get to that number's been mined out to basically sort out either way. So it's basically when we factored in the costs and everything, the net on that would be the same either way, whether we outsource that or whether we do it in-house. And so, speaking to those numbers, we're looking at total rounds, and how we came to these numbers is basically we took our sales from 2015 through 2022 for those months, for August, for those dates, so we can go back and pin down those dates. We did an average of those rounds sold during all those calendar years, and then we added in an increase for an upping of the price fee. So that's how we get to the greens fee number in there. The cart's the same way. If we look at cart sales, that correlates directly with the increase in the number of rounds, so that's been factored in as well. And then the ADR, the weekday, the $50 and the $65, those go back to what I spoke to last slide, is that's where the average daily rate and the dynamic pricing would be influenced from there as well. We haven't totally set prices right now for next season, but that's the rate at which we're looking at and the assumptions were made off of. And then the cart for 2024, $782 is the annual. That's all factored into the cart fee as well when we build out those rounds and where we get that. Some of that's a little bit conservative, only in the sense we have not had a course with a continuous cart path, and we've had a course that wouldn't allow carts out there a lot of days too. So there is a little bit of conservatism in that we can't really forecast that, as well as the round number being that, like, we haven't had that product out there before. And so those numbers, when we go through, if you guys look, total revenue at 1.4, our cost of goods at 81,426, and then our gross margin 1,387,901. Payroll, obviously, yes?
Can I just ask a question on the revenues and the dynamic pricing?
Yep.
One, is that something that Kemper is using at other public courses in our area? And then two, will there be a difference in the resident versus non-resident rate still under the dynamic model?
Yeah, so yes, we are using it at almost all of our Chicagoland facilities. Not all, but almost all. And really, the true demand is our proprietary dynamic pricing model. It takes green fees by segment, by day parts by segment, so 8 to 10, 11 to 12, whatever segments we want. And then it will increase based on utilization. It will increase based on weather patterns. It will increase based on prior history. It also can increase based on what our competition is doing. If their T-sheets are full or if their rates go up, it can increase. What we tend to do is set our floor price at what would normally be the rack rate, and then take our pricing upwards from there based on those factors. As far as resident rates, we haven't established resident versus non-resident, and
I would say, like, how we've operated in the past, and this came about in 2012, is it was suggested that we not offer resident and non-resident rates. So we've had one rate since 2012. So it's, the last 11 years has only been a single rate. Whether you call it a non-resident or resident rate, we've been on a one rate system. And kind of the justification at the time is it was a enterprise fund, and so the consultant that came in said that the enterprise fund, since it wasn't tax-based, that was a justification for having that one single rate.
Okay. And then for the programs to get like a guaranteed tea time, are people going to be sticker shocked when they go through this dynamic pricing? Or?
I don't think so, because typically what we'll do for permanent tea times is we'll set those permanent tea times rates at a fixed rate.
Okay.
So, and permanent tea times are typically your residents. So Saturday and Sunday mornings, those residents come in. They will have those are typically not dynamically priced, because that's a set tea time. It's the same Saturday, 8 a.m. tea time for 13 weeks in a row, or what have you. One thing that we did on this particular budget, though, was this budget's based on an opening date of August the 15th. So the likelihood of having permanent tea times in 2024 probably slim, because most of those golfers will redo their permanent tee time at whatever facility they're at this year or next year. Because they're, they want to play golf, it starts at the beginning of the season. So we actually did not factor in permanent tee times into this budget. We factored in only daily fee times. But those permanent tee times will be a fixed rate, and it's typically the lowest, the rack rate for that weekend is typically what it is. Because the residents need to get that benefit.
Try now.
Okay, so payroll. So I guess the highlights for payroll, course and grounds labor increase. We factored in 7 laborers. So we're looking to grow out the part-time seasonal staff to a greater degree. We feel like we've got a better handle on that. We've handled 2 more, we've hired 2 more laborers recently in the last week. So I think we're on our way toward getting to that, and I think we'll feel comfortable that we'll be able to achieve that next season. Bartenders, like we've focused in here for food and beverage to have payroll in there, should we in-house food and beverage. And then when we factor in pro shop, admin, and taxes, we've got like the starters, the rangers, the pro shop staff, my salary, the cart staff, all our other folks that work at the golf club in the operational side. Okay, and then operating expenses. So, course and grounds, we're looking at chemicals, 64,000, seed and tree, 21,000, irrigation, 8, repair and maintenance to equipment, 25,000. And then the utilities that we put into our all mine down from Jim, who provides those numbers, as well as our miscellaneous income still coming in from the cell towers that I forgot to mention on the other slide in there too. But so if we look down in here, our expenses obviously over 24 to 22, obviously going up a little bit in the course and ground side, but if you remember when we were last open, Matt had left the golf course partway through the season, and we had a very, very skeletal staff out there at the time, so most of that is payroll.
Just one question.
Yes, sir.
On that, water, you're projecting at 140,000? Despite the fact that we're getting wholesale rates from the village, and we have this huge new pond.
Yeah, I think we went conservative in that. We want to see that work before we, not that the system doesn't work, but see how that affects the water. So it is very conservative.
It's just a budget.
Yes.
We also looked at the fact that we still have a grow-in to take place in 2024 from March all the way up until we open the facility. So there's going to be a lot of water being put down on that golf course. We did have a lot of discussion on the water, and we talked with Jim, we talked with Costa, we all met, and we came up with the 140,000 based on prior history, water usage. We did factor in some of the rates, and then we factored in obviously the grow-in that's still going to be taking place. So we feel confident that we're not going to go above that. I would certainly expect us to come in below that, especially since we're storing water. That's kind of the goal, but we did want to make sure that we could protect it. But yes, we hear you.
All right, so this takes us to our below EBITDA items, the capital items on here that we had. So in those capital projects, which you guys I'm sure are familiar with, having met on that, the bridges and the clubhouse stuff, and then our course setup would be course signage and stuff to get the course up and going. So both courses, par 3 and the 18, will need T signs and that sort of stuff to get them up and going. The equipment's the Sidewinder that we had in there, and then our golf cart lease that we have coming up. So hopefully we get the golf carts in and have they're all ordered and expected to be coming in on time.
That's good news.
And these are your, our capital requests. So this basically lays out, and we've also categorized them down into must-have, must-do, like to do, and dreams. Any questions on the 24 budget so far? All right, I will turn it over then to Mary Kate, who's going to handle the marketing component of this.
Okay, so our sales and marketing plan for 2024 reviews the main revenue drivers of the club and also presents our key sales and marketing strategies that we will implement to ensure we meet our budget objectives in 2024. And so a couple of the key focuses, I've listed out here several of our strategic imperatives, but key focuses, up until August 15th is preparing and promoting the golf course throughout the renovation. So continued social media posts, renovation videos, things like that. And then come opening, it's promoting the opening of the golf course, driving around, driving revenue that way. So as has been discussed, we'll implement a robust pricing strategy. So this is dynamic pricing through True Demand. We'll continue to promote the renovation project on all communication channels. So we have our drone videographer coming out for the next couple of months. He'll be back again in the spring and the summer. I know I'm personally excited to watch the entire time lapse from March of this year all the way through August of next year. That'll be cool to see and feature that. Working on rebranding certain aspects of the facility, namely the naming of the Par 3 course, as well as exploring a new logo as well with the new facility. Just changing a little bit of the perception upon reopening. So water being removed faster following flooding events, being able to stay open, things like that. Driving revenue in key business segments, as I said, so each of our main revenue drivers, green fee, cart fee, food and beverage, range, etc. So in each of those different areas, we have specific strategies for those. Of course, completing the renovation project and preparing the golf course for reopening, that's the overall goal anyway. And then maintaining communication with our primary customer groups, so not just our daily fee golfers, but men's and women's groups, leagues, etc. So we'll create segments in our email database to communicate with those people as we have throughout the entire project. Maintaining best-in-class customer service and high customer satisfaction, in all aspects of the operation. And then, building upon a successful first season with Discover Golf, as Matt said, we'll be able to promote sooner. There's a winter session now that we're going to begin promoting this week. And then, we'll go into the spring, summer, and fall of next year. So this just covers at a very high level what's included in the marketing plan as far as strategies and objectives. Any questions?
If I could add something really quickly on the marketing side for 2024, we're already starting to take phone calls and inquiries for different types of events for 2024. So Matt is working on the calendar for next year and some pricing structures for that. Now, we do want to be careful that we don't overcommit ourselves to some of these events. We want to make sure that the facility is obviously available for the general public and the community to enjoy. But we have started to at least take inquiries and for different events, which is great. So Mary Kate included a SWOT analysis here, just talking about some of the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats as we head into next year. Obviously, the strengths of the clubhouse and the driving range will remain open during construction still. We've got the indoor instruction and practice available during the winter here up until next year. The location, proximity to the city, easy highway access, new and great improved playing conditions for next year. I think the general public, as you heard Dave, is going to be just thrilled when they see the product that they come into. Some opportunities to completely renovated 27 holes. That's a major marketing strategy that Mary Kate will certainly take advantage of across social media, across email, just branding and letting everybody know that the renovation is open. Participation in our programs and the reach from our other properties. You guys have had some of our other properties have taken advantage of you guys being under construction by having permanent tee times and so forth. But you'll see next year, as the golf course opens, you'll see players from those properties starting to come here as well. Everybody is excited about the opening of the golf club and thrilled to see it. More golfing days, obviously with improved drainage. Mary Kate touched on it, and so did Matt, with the continuous cart paths. We've seen revenues increase, the amount of golfing days increase everywhere that there's continuous cart paths. and you'll certainly have more days of available play. Obviously, the weakness is that we're going to be closed until August the 24th, so the budget certainly reflects that. I don't think that's a surprise to anybody. I think the 25 budget will be quite different, quite robust. Older dated clubhouse, it's a beautiful facility. We're working with Costa on some minor renovations of the outside patio and some other things to tweak it up. We have such a great product coming on the golf course. We want to make sure that the clubhouse comes right along with it. So thank you to Costa for all that we're working on. Some threats, of course, inflation. Inflation is a threat to all of us as we look at price increases across all of our vendors, fertilizers, chemicals, and equipment supplies, range balls, you name it. Everything that we buy, prices are going up, but we have accounted for that in the operating budget. And unexpected weather events that slow growing, we don't anticipate anything, knock on wood, but weather is always a factor with growing, but it's going so nicely right now that we certainly don't anticipate anything. And the 18-hole golf course, we're expecting that it will certainly open in August of 2024. Questions?
Great.
The Kemper team will be departing after this segment, so if you do have questions regarding things on the golf course or the clubhouse, etc., I think now would be the time to ask them, but otherwise, they're hitting the road.
Not forever. We'll see you next week.
Yeah, we'll see. I just want to thank Jim and Costa and the rest of the Park District team. We met with Gracie when we established the budget. This is our budget book right here. It's an 1.5-inch binder. It's very thick. And we walked through it with Matt, walked through it with the entire team, and really appreciate their support on it as well. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's awesome. Thanks, Dave. Thank you.
Jim? The rest.
Wait, hold on. Somebody's glasses. Excuse me just a moment. Somebody leave their glasses behind? I won't be able to drive home. Sort of make sure they get what they need here. A real quick note while Taylor's working the technology there. Kemper Sports has provided all their information to me, and I want to thank them for their time and their input. They've been great partners. They were kind of to map their information over to our system, so the numbers are going to match up as we go forward. So thank you for that effort. We truly appreciate it.
My pleasure.
All right, so we're going to begin our 2024 operating budget presentation tonight. We're going to talk about our enterprise funds. Specifically, golf's already been addressed. We're going to talk about recreation, tennis, ice arena, and Hellfest. We're in the overview, highlights for each fund. We'll give a fund-by-fund description, comments and insights for each department head and manager. I want to take a moment to thank the staff, not only for their help building the budget and their constant contributions, but also for taking the time to be here tonight to help me with this presentation. Thank you all for being here. If you do have questions, I met with a number of you prior to this, so we try to address those questions. Based on the feedback we received from a number of commissioners, there are going to be a few slight adjustments to the presentation you saw on Tuesday. Those cells in your presentation highlighted in yellow, I think it was less than half a dozen. And they're very minor, but we just want to be as up to date as possible. Our next meeting, November 2nd, we will cover the third part of the budget process. That will be the corporate funds and the non-operating funds as well. And then thank you for your time, and we'll go through this evening. Our highlights. We have significant real estate developments in collaboration with local government units. We have advanced the Elder Lane Centennial Beach project. We added 2 additional platform tennis courts this year, which are at capacity. They've been very, very popular. The stormwater project, as Kemper Sports just mentioned, is on track and going very well. Costa and his team completed the Dick Corwin playground renovation, which has been very popular. The opening ceremony was recently held, and it was, my understanding, very poignant and very moving. It's going to be a very popular facility. We have broad flexibility in our programs and services, highlighted by the additional late summer programs that we had. And we maintained fiscal discipline, and overall financial performance has remained strong. 2024 budget highlights. We are positioned to address significant infrastructure investments. We went over the capital plan 2 weeks ago. You're familiar with a lot of things we're planning to do. Our operating revenues are solid, and our overall revenue shows a slight decrease due primarily to the continuing lack of golf revenue and some investment expense for golf course management. We're also going to see a slight decrease in revenue for the paddle tennis facility or fund this year because we have a major capital project planned for courts 1 through 6. We're going to do some renovation to the decks and railings. The top 3 challenges. Capital spending needs. It's always going to be an issue. We're simultaneously balancing operating expenses, operating capitals, and major capitals, specifically the lakefront management plan and the golf course improvements. Lakefront improvement, Winnetka Golf Club, 2 large projects we're managing simultaneously. And then adjusting the variables, managing staffing and investing for the future. Those are always unknowns to some degree. This is our annual budget cycle. We're in the first part of it at the top here. November, December, we're doing the budget. We generally approve it December, January. Long range plan, we work on that year round. The monthly financial reports you're all familiar with. The audit, we begin the preliminary audit process in February. We do our field day with the auditors in March, and usually they publish their findings by late May or early June. And then, again, we get the capital report in June, and then we start building the following year's budget in July. This is our projected revenue for 2024. The largest portion here, based on property taxes, we are asking for a 3.7% increase in 2024 versus the 2023 taxes that we originally asked for. That is based on Consumer Price Index. The second largest feature of our revenue here is the user fees, followed by the program fees. So the fee structure that we have is the second largest source of our overall revenue. Moving on to expenses. Single largest expense, salaries and wages. After that is our capital expenses. This is both operating capitals and major capitals, followed by our other personnel expenses. These are insurance expenses and other related human capital charges. This is our basic format for what we're going to follow. We start with our beginning reserves, right? Then we add our revenue, subtract our operating expenses to develop a net operating income or loss, depending on what the numbers show us. We then subtract our capital expenses, look at our total expenses, look at the net fund income or loss. Transfers, we have the option to transfer money from the general corporate fund or the recreation fund to other funds as needed to make sure that they maintain their minimum reserve per partnership policy. And then we finally finish with our ending reserves. So this is an overview of all of our funds. We are projecting a beginning reserve of $21.8 million. We're projecting revenue of $13.5 million. Operating expenses of $13.1, almost $13.2 million, leaving us with a net operating income of a little over $300,000. That's smaller than last year's. Last year we had the other sources down here, the $3 million from the Wintrust debt certificate. We do not have a debt certificate in 2024. Capital expenses, this is both operating and major capital expenses. We are projecting a net fund loss of $4.1 million, presuming all capital projects and plans go forward, with an expectation of ending reserves of about $17.6 million at the end of 2024. Reserves and fund balances. As mentioned on the previous slide, we're starting with a beginning reserve of $21.8 million. Revenues. Our overall expenditures, this includes operating and capital. Right, we have no external funding, as I mentioned a moment ago. So we project ending reserves of $17.6 million. Of that, $2.2 million is restricted for specific purposes. One example of that would be the $310,000 from the sale of Library Park, which is restricted to use at Elder Centennial. Another example would be the $806,000 we have in the recreation fund for the replacement of the turf field. That leaves us with our unrestricted reserves, $15.3 million. We then have a minimum reserve policy, 25% of our budgeted operating expense, which we're required to retain. Leaving with available reserves of $12 million at the end of 2024. Operating major capitals, as we discussed at the previous meeting, we had a budget of $11.3 million in 2023. A significant portion of that was not spent because with no work, I shouldn't say no work, but most of the major construction work at Elder Centennial has been deferred for 2 years. Our end of year estimate for capitals is $3.6 million. For 2024, we're projecting $4.4 million in capital expenses. Our operating revenues is the categories of which that $13.5 million breaks out into. $6.9 million comes from property taxes. We're projecting almost $650,000 in interest income from low-risk investments, essentially CDs and treasury notes. User fees, $4.3 million. Recreation program fees, $1.1 million. Donations, $21,000. Miscellaneous income, $280,000. And then pro shop sales, $93,000, for a grand total of $13.5 million. One point I want to note, the 2024 tax number is lower than the 2023 tax number. As you'll recall, due to the unprecedented delay in tax disbursements in 2022, we had to make a decision on where to budget that money. Since we didn't know when it was going to arrive, we budgeted in early 2023. It arrived well within the first quarter of 2023. We were then able to roll it back to 2022 where it belonged. So this number for 2022 is artificially inflated. Year-end estimate is a more accurate representation of what we expect to receive once we get that second portion in December. And this represents a 3.7% increase. So moving on. Operating expenses. For the $13.1 million that we plan to spend, $5.9 million is salaries and wages, supplies, other personnel, that's the insurance and other related human capital expenses, repair and maintenance, $431,000, program maintenance services, those are some contracted services, that's $791,000, corporate services, $1.4 million, utilities, pro shop merchandising, and contracts payable is debt service across the park district. It means a total operating expense of $13.1 million. All right, are there any questions on those numbers? Okay, moving on. We're going to go into the different funds now. We're going to start with the recreation fund. And our recreation director, Lisa Kepsinski, is here. But she's been here, is it 10 days now? Day 10? We decided not to throw her to the wolves right away. So I'm going to cover the overview for the fund, and then I'll turn it over to some of the staff members to go into specifics. One keynote I want to point out, in 2024, we've broken out, sorry, wrong button. It's not going backwards now.
Try again.
Thank you. Yep. Okay. We created a new organization this year. We separated camps from recreation programming to better track the revenue that we're receiving for the various programs and opportunities that we offer to the community. Our 2023 highlights. Our athletic field rentals in partnership with community organizations remains very strong. Fall Fest was a huge success again this year. Mother Nature's been kind to us the past 2 years. The weather has been spectacular, so that certainly helps. Luray Beach storage revenue is strong. We've seen a significant increase in camp participation, specifically Kitty Camp and Disco Madness. And then the extended camps in late August have been a huge success. The community seems to really respond to it. They like those very much. Our 2024 highlights. We want to continue to identify technology, promote efficiency, improve data quality, to better understand where our strengths and weaknesses are with our programming. We plan to implement a comprehensive survey to inform program and facility needs and offerings. Strengthening Wednesdays in the Woods, hopefully to draw in sort of bigger name talents and create a buzz around those events. We're going to try and reimagine some of our special events to allow opportunity for larger numbers of participants. and increase, we do have to increase our part-time hourly rate to strengthen the workforce and remain competitive with other surrounding park districts and seasonal employers. Some comments and trends for recreation. Operating expenses are expected to increase, again, there we go. Expected to increase by $474,000 for 2024. The budget does not currently include a transfer to the capital projects funds as the 2023 budget did. So we will not be taking money from recreation to capital. At the end of 2024, we expect the recreation fund to maintain a healthy balance of $5.2 million in reserves. Top three risks, as always, access to suitable indoor programming space. We are bursting at the seams when it comes to indoor facility needs. Seasonal and part-time staff availability, as I touched on a moment ago, we are always competing with other regional park districts and seasonal employers. And then Mother Nature is always unpredictable. So, if she interferes with our programs, it can affect revenue. So the recreation fund overview. Beginning reserves, a little over $5 million for 2024. We're projecting $3.8 million in revenue, 3.4 in operating expenses, leaving us with a net operating income of $400,000. We're projecting $521,000 in capital expenses. The next slide will break that out in a little bit more detail. I'll go through that in a moment. We're now transferring money out of this fund. Total expenses are projected to be $3.9 million, with an overall net fund income of a loss of $120,000. We expect to finish the year with ending reserves still strong at $4.9 million. Here's the overall capital expenditures for the recreation fund. We plan to spend $100,000 in the athletic fields for irrigation systems at Nick Colvin and a couple other parks. We are in negotiations with AOISO to see if they will defray some of that cost. As that agreement materializes, we will certainly communicate that to the board. Swimming beaches, $392,000. That includes a work at Elder Lane Beach Playground. There's going to be some significant expense there, along with the construction work at Elder Lane Beach. For total capital expenditures of $521,000 in 2024. Any questions for the overall recreation fund? Okay, moving on. Recreation administration. This is where the property taxes are collected and then dispersed as needed to the other bureaus within the recreation fund. We're projecting a slight increase, again, 3.7%, $1.135 million. And then we are transferring money within the fund from other bureaus to recreation administration to balance budgets. So we're projecting overall revenues for recreation administration of $1.6 million. Expenses, salaries and wages, slight increase. Inflationary pressures driving those up a little bit. Supplies, slight decrease. Repairs and maintenance are essentially static. Program and maintenance is a little higher. Some that we projected a 10% increase in medical insurance and health insurance coverage for all employees. So some of that is reflected there. A slight increase in allocations, which is how we cover our administrative and garage overhead. Okay. So overall, operating expenses $1.1 million for recreation administration. Moving on to recreation programs, I'm going to ask Toby Ross to come up and speak to recreation administration, the highlights and some of the details.
All right, good evening. So the 1100 Fund, just for those that aren't aware, is sort of a collaboration of all of the rec department, whether it's James, myself, Matt, Debbie, who's not here tonight, birthday parties, athletics, youth programs, special events, kind of, it's all the stuff that we do outside of the lakefront and camp now. Kind of the big highlights here would be, the first bullet point is something obviously we've talked about already, and it's usually on this slide every year after year, but we wanted to expand it a little bit further. It's not just salaries that we're starting to see. Inflation's hitting everything, whether it's contract services, busing, supplies, apparel, everything is up, unfortunately. Second point, you know, as David Seaman pointed out earlier, you know, we're seeing a lot of younger families. Our special events, our youth programs, all those things kind of geared towards the smaller side are definitely seeing some greater participation. We're going to get to this next point in a minute, but you know, we have restructured similarly to how Jim pointed out. Camp is getting pulled out. Things like Northwest Passage, you know, that's getting moved out of this general fund as it used to be and moving towards other funds like sailing, things like that. And then lastly, you know, we've had some really strong success with some of our third-party vendors and our contract service providers, Hot Shot Sports in particular, really doing a nice job with everything that they do. So not to scare anybody on this slide, but this does reflect you know, a substantial loss from this account, but we will see once we get later into the presentation, pretty much all of this is then added back into the 1700 fund. You know, so as you know, Camp Related, you know, same thing, Northwest Passage, we're kind of shuffling the deck with some of these and putting them in other areas that you'll see throughout. You know, as Jim pointed out, one of the weaknesses, you know, our indoor space is always lacking, and we have pretty much exhausted, you know, a lot of what we can do with what little we have. You know, doing a lot with a little, that's kind of our motto around here. It will be interesting to see now that the IGA is in effect, what's going to happen with additional space, Crow Island coming into fruition, you know, over the next couple of years. It'll be interesting. Ideally, you know, inflation's hitting us. We're, you know, doing a little bit, but I would say overall, for the most part, nothing. We're not going too crazy with rising expenses or rising our rates on our end. On the expense side, the biggest thing to note would be the salaries are obviously going to be a lot less, but you're going to see that again in the 1700 slide. That's going to be camp salaries. And then the rest across the board, just sort of an overall, you know, small increase in terms of supplies, services, all of those things. Despite pulling them out and going to camp, those things are also going to continue to rise. So, Jim, are we doing questions now or at the very end for all of us?
Take questions
Okay.
now.
Does anybody have any questions on that before I turn it over to the next account? All right, turn it over to James for athletics.
Great job on camp stuff.
Thank you.
James Christian, Recreation Manager. I'm going to go through the athletic field budget. So a lot of our revenue is driven by field rentals. Also, in addition, this year we had a lot of success with Hot Shot Sports and a summer camp due to D36 starting later. So we will see those successes. Our affiliate groups continue to foster those relationships, KWBA, AYSO, Nutra Youth Football, and SMP to bring the youth sports out here. And then in addition to that, you know, I'm continuing to reach out and kind of help try to get other user groups out here that don't conflict with our affiliate groups. So if there's space and we can program it, we're going to attempt to do so. And then we do have the revenue allocated from North Shore Country Day to help with the turf replacement within the next 2 years. So again, you know, we've had a very successful year. A lot of the, you know, the programming from our affiliate groups, utilizing a lot of space here in Winnetka, and you know, hopefully continue to work with our user groups and continue our successes for the next year. We are limited though as we look at the Forwin Park and a couple fields down there, and then we'll do hopefully up online by spring of this upcoming year. But you know, we do what we can on the space that we have available. And then we've strengthened our relationship with Lacrosse, who is able to utilize the turf fields within the winter months. And so hopefully we can get a mild winter and continue to improve on the revenue there. Some of the expenses, obviously we had mentioned the salaries and wages continue to go up. And you'll see our supplies, our maintenance, all of these things are going to continue to go up as we have more users on our field space. So in collaboration with the Parks Department, helping keep our users on our fields and the quality of fields will be reflected in the operating expenses. Any questions on the 1,200, and I'll jump into 1,300 real quick. All right, 1,300 is outdoor ice. So obviously, we are only able to program if the weather allows. So we are, we're hopeful, and if we do get the opportunity, we will have the ability to staff it if we can. But obviously, it's the unknown, and we will continue to do so at Indian Hill Park. So again, depending on weather, we have salaries and expenses placed there for outdoor ice. Any questions on outdoor ice? Just hopefully it's cold enough we can do so. Okay. I'll turn it over to Matt. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. See you. We're going to jump right in here and talk about our junior sailing program that hadn't been around for the last couple of years. Was brought back with the Shared Shores and Northwest Passage, and so that will give us the $47,000 projected for 2024. Supplies and equipment expenses include just to address repairs of current equipment, kind of help it go. And then we're also exploring, how we can leverage our existing equipment that we've had over the years, to do something with that stuff to strengthen the programming through the partnership community entities that we have there, which will just bring us right in here to the revenues. I think where we're at, obviously we didn't have any, but with the pretty good registration we had this summer with this junior sailing program, I think we're projecting a bit more with getting more registration and growing it to what it should be. So that's that. A lot of thanks to Shared Shores on that, their sailing program. And then the expenses, pretty, salaries and wages on there, just to kind of, it had grown, I think, to build with the program. And you can see it kind of depends all on that. And maintenance services directed towards, the ongoing maintenance of the, existing fleets of boats and things that we have. So we'll hope to just keep that going as we can. So that's sailing. We're going to move on. Any questions on the sailing at all? Move on to this.
I just want to thank you for all your work in getting junior sailing up and going this summer. I know it was a huge effort, and so many of the community members that participated, I've gotten incredibly strong, favorable comments back, so thank you, Matt.
Well, that's great to hear. Thank you. Moving on to the beaches, swimming beaches. The season pass sale revenue is normalized. It'll, expected to continue at the reliable level for next year. And that also will include the revenue from the full year of the dog beach passes. And then the salary increase is really, we kind of more concentrated that on our hopeful on and what I believe we will have our return employees and the raises that they will get coming back and helping us out again for next summer. So excited to see that return. The revenues we can get in here. We're pretty steady in 2023. We kind of projected maybe they would decrease a little bit slightly for next year. I think a little bit of that might, we were kind of talking ahead, the daily fees, the punch card pass that we offered that was a 10 punch card. Instead of buying a whole season pass, you could just buy a 10 punch card and use that. So that was kind of the reasoning there. And then the dog pass sales will remain steady through that estimate. Yeah, like I said, the guest card and daily fees will be consistent. I think that's kind of the reasoning there. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of Any questions on the revenues for the swimming beaches? And then the expenses, you know, the salaries and wages, again, I think you can see we kind of stayed underneath that budget. And the kind of bump up, like I said before, you know, we're looking at the return employees and, you know, some raises for them to kind of bring them back in and have them back another year, hopefully, or two. So that's kind of the reason for that. And, you know, the other expected, you know, expenses coming through, supplies, you know, repairs and maintenance, you know, utilities, things like that, kind of brings us down to that total of 275, which is, you know, again, I think more within the salaries and wages, kind of where we're seeing that with the return employees. So, and the only other thing would just be the, you know, services inflation that we're all kind of hearing tonight as a whole. So, got that, and that's going to be our swimming beaches. So we're going to go right into the boat launch here at Lloyd, where we've got you know, the full use of what we have down there, rack storage. Everything's, you know, maxed out to our full usage, what we have to offer, and everything gets filled, which is really nice. And you know, maintaining the strong staff presence that we have down there on the boat launch, which is really nice, that we get some great feedback for often, how great a job that those kids do and help the boaters, which, you know, I hear on the daily of, you know, how great they are and how much they help and do. The service that they provide is excellent, so that's really nice. And then the income from the fenced-in boat storage lottery and the sealed bid is you know, always, you know, added in there and part of that. And then we always got a dredge. The launch always fills in with sand every year, and we can't use it unless we get it out of there. So we're gonna have $30,000 allocated for that, like we do most years. So here's the numbers. You can see the season passes. You can kind of see, you know, hopefully going to go up, but it's kind of what we're aiming for. The way that we all know it's structured is to use it. Season pass holders can get more use on the days. There's not a lot of daily usage, just the 3 days during the week that we offer that. So there's been, you know, a considerable increase in the season passes, and I think we're going to go more for next year. The rack rentals, obviously saying, you know, how we are filling it out and maxing it out, is gonna be there. You know, slight increase for little things we do offer, like the winter storage, additional racks. If you have one, you can get another vessel and put it on there and pay additional. So this would be some additions to that, which brings us our total. And obviously everything just kind of can fluctuate on the lake conditions and what we do down there and what Mother Nature does. I think it was pretty nice to us this season, so can't really complain there. So, to the expenses, salaries and wages, you know, we stayed underneath, and I think, you know, bringing a lot of those kids back, you know, with a little bit of a raise, I think it's gonna bring it up a little bit. And then, you know, most of the other expenses is gonna kind of go through kind of the norm. And you know, the 30,000 we have budgeted for the dredging could increase. I we'll see just how much collects in there and how much we got to take out. So that's could be. And the use of early and late season staff that we like to do at the launch, we like to open a few weeks earlier than the swimming beaches for the boaters, which that's been pretty good feedback to do that. And then staying later after Labor Day. This year we almost stayed staffed through the month of September, which was really nice, and I think a lot of the boaters were very happy about that. So we'll really try to do that again and just keep going. And that's that. Questions, anybody?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Back to Toby.
All right, I'm going to do the bookends for this today. So 1,700, as Jim pointed out, kind of a new fund. Pulled all the camp stuff out specifically and put it in its own board. Just to kind of get a better sense and not have it get blended in with all the other programs that we have going on. Camp participation still remains probably the largest single entity that we have, along with largest revenue driver, multi-hundreds of thousands of dollars, both gross and net, which is due, by and large, to the quality of our programming, the staff that we get, training, all that stuff. We really have a great group overall. Unfortunately, we could do better, but we are limited to the indoor space that we have available to us. And I do not want to run a program that's only outdoors. It's too difficult. Got to have a place to go in case of inclement weather. One thing that didn't make this slide that I just wanted to point out, District 36 is doing their little, same maintenance schedule and calendar for the next 2 seasons. So that could have an impact on pretty much everything that we do, whether positively or negatively, depending on the space that they have. So we're already working on some alternatives and, working on some plans in case they don't have anything, but just kind of good thing to keep in mind as we go forward in the next 2 years. So on the revenue side, you can see the budget was 0, so we pulled all that out, and now it's back on this side for the year-end estimate. That actually is probably a little bit light. I would anticipate we probably have about $20,000 more in that by the end of the year, just from people who didn't pay right away, as well as some of our winter camp allocations. So big thing to point out here would be that we're really trying to remain as fair as possible to the residents of Winnetka and not, price gouge people just because everything else is going up. That doesn't mean it's not difficult especially when we get to the next slide. But nominal increases, one thing I looked at especially this year was going basically full day operations and the people that are going to be here with us the longest. I didn't do as much to them. So that's like a 0 to 2.5% increase on various programs. And then the people that are more inclined to be with us less, a la carte options, I only want to be here a week, we increased that about 4 to 7%. So just trying to be as helpful to the people that need us the most. On the expenses side, as I pointed out at the very beginning, you'll see, anticipating increases kind of across the board, not just on salaries, but services, busing, supplies, all of the above. But we are, I did a long, hard look at a lot of our line items and really tried to be concise and fair with what we really needed, especially in light of the rising inflation costs, to really try to drive home and not go crazy with increases across the board. So that's about it for 1,700. And I think that's done for all of us, right? So,
It's a statement. So,
yes.
As you know, you have a lot of competition for camps in the area, but you and your staff continue to deliver an outstanding product at a tremendous value to the community. So what you do is really appreciated and valued by everybody here that utilizes those camps. So keep up the good work.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I also wanted just to add that it's not only a camper experience, but it's an employment experience.
It's true.
For citizens of Winnetka.
Yes.
So
I would agree
as
with
your
that.
children age out of the camps, they can become employees of the Winnetka Park District.
I have hired people that were my campers back in the day. Back when I was a counselor, I have since hired, although most of them now are actually too old and they're getting married and having kids themselves, so they make me feel old at this point. So, all right.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
That concludes the recreation fund portion of the presentation. I'm going to turn it over now to Pat Fergassi to talk about the tennis fund. Pat, please.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's been 2 hours, everybody needs a sugar break. There were 26 pumpkin cookies in here, I think, from 3 tarts that were probably about $10 a piece, if I'm not mistaken. I can't say there's 26 left in there now, so help yourselves, please. In the spirit of the football game that was played earlier today, I'm Pat Fergassi from the AC Nielsen Tennis Center. So, we'll jump into the Tennis Center experience here. I'll be discussing with you tonight the organization's 2400, which includes outdoor tennis, as well as 2500, which includes indoor tennis. As a reminder, the Nielsen Tennis Center operates as an enterprise fund, so all those nice tax dollars that come in, we don't get to see unless we're in really bad shape, and fortunately, we're in great shape. So, dive into things here. The big highlight for us this summer and our players was the renovations to outdoor courts 8 through 12. So just kind of a time lapse of the work that was done. You can see the repairs to the cracks, the resurfacer, and the final product here, minus the nets, which went in shortly after. Of course, after 2 months of bone dry weather, we naturally got some rain sprinkled in throughout the project, so it extended a little bit longer than we would have probably anticipated, but I think at the end of the day, the crew did a great job getting us up and running in a short amount of time, and I think worth the wait to anybody that was out there enjoying the course. So, really thrilled with the results. And it came in under budget, even better. Our ladies tennis teams, we've got several teams that include about 100 ladies that play in our tennis teams from September until April. They are very invested in what they do. They practice once a week, as well as play travel tennis matches. We had 2 championship teams this year and 2 finalists, so they're back at it already for a repeat and maybe more championships for the season. Last couple of years, us along with the golf course have partnered with resident Mike DiBartolo, who has a cause that's very near and dear to his heart, which is Parkinson's, which he lives with. And so this year we worked with Mike to run a fundraiser. He rented some courts from us, some of our staff, and apologies. Joe Holguin is my assistant manager sitting here, and a big part of what we do at the tennis center. So my apologies, Joe, didn't mean to overlook you. Got so excited about the cookies. In the event, Mike's event raised over $100,000. Staff, including Joe and myself and Alexander and a couple other staff members, ran a free clinic to anybody and everybody who wanted to come in and play. And then it was followed by some exhibitions and whatnot for a great Saturday afternoon. So really happy to work with Mike and partner with this really awesome cause. 2024 highlights. We look ahead to continuing our relationships with community organizations, New Trier, North Shore Country Day, Great Lakes Adaptive Sports, which runs a wheelchair tennis program every Saturday afternoon from 2 to 4 o'clock at the Nielsen Tennis Center. If you ever want to get motivated, if you're too tired to get up and do something, come on over and take a look. North Suburban Special Rec Association will be getting back involved with them running a tennis program this upcoming spring, so we're looking forward to working back with those folks. District 36, the Parks Foundation, tomorrow evening we have a ladies round robin event, which we started last year with Ina Olesnicki taking the lead on this event. And Joe is going to be stepping in for me tomorrow to run it, and we've got a full event, which is going to be really awesome. Looking forward to another great event. So, welcome. 4 years and $300,000 remaining on debt service. The Nielsen Tennis Center went out for when we did the renovations to the building back in 2013. So I'll probably keep putting this on the slide for the next 3 years until we get to $0 out there. And then planning phases will start in 2024 for some major capital improvements to the outdoor tennis facility. Courts 1 through 7, got to bring those up to the level of courts 8 through 12. It's been many years since we've done that. We continue to try to slip sheet build up on top of court after court for fixing cracks every couple of years. So we're at the point now where we've got to rebuild those courts. So we'll start the planning phase for that next year. Sorry, and then we're going to also refit our 5 lit courts with LED lighting fixtures as well in 2025. Let's see, 2023 budget comments and trends. So, group lessons is a big part of what we do when we're talking about driving revenue for the facility. 400 juniors participate, as well as about 330 adults. 70% of those nearly in each of those categories are residents in the tax boundaries of the Winnetka Park District. Also means that 30% of those are coming from neighbors, whether they've got tennis centers in their communities or not. Glencoe is a primary user of our facility. We rely heavily on them, and they rely heavily on us. 2023 24 and 25, sounds like, delayed school openings do impact our group lesson program. We usually follow the school District 36 schedule, so that delays our starting point of our programs, 2 weeks or 3 weeks this year. You're able to pick it up on the back end with summer programming, just not as quite of a large enough, well, it's a large program, but not nearly the size of our indoor program. So I expect and anticipate that this year we'll still meet the budget expectations we have. So kudos to Alexander Shubney, my director of tennis, who's not here, and our staff. So doing a great job. Weekend junior tennis competitive events. I have a couple instructors who have taken the lead of running some programs on the weekend for our kids who are playing competitively in our classes, and it gives them a chance to come on out and play competitively with not too much pressure in another format, if you will. So it's optional, and so far so good. So happy to have that back and running. And then adult USTA team tennis, something that really kind of we haven't been involved with a whole lot over the last couple of years. 2 years ago, we had one team who actually plays another facility coming to us to use our courts. We've grown to 4 teams now. That team moved out because I had to start putting some restrictions in there, requiring membership, and that was kind of a deterrent to them. And I think it was a good decision because now we're keeping our own players from our facility and our community playing at our club. And they're utilizing some kind of down court times on the weekends. In the summer, we had a team that played here and just played indoors only, so we were able to fill our building inside during the summer. So it's been a great addition without sacrificing time for other players. Good thing. Top 3 risks. You know, seems like an alarming title. I think these are potential risks, really, when you look at it for us. You know, my management staff's been doing a great job of bringing in staff, especially the front desk. It's always a cycle of kids that you bring in, you train, then they go off to college and we don't see them again, so we're always kind of hitting the reset button there. Alexander's doing a great job of replacing instructors or adding them as needed, so we continue to be keeping some continuity with what we're doing. Competition from platform and pickle. We expanded a little bit more opportunities for the pickleball players outside this summer. We didn't restrict it as much. It was more available to players as they wanted, as long as it worked around our existing summer programs and priorities, because tennis is really the priority of the Nielsen tennis. Inflation, demographic changes, right? You've heard that from everybody, so I don't think I need to get more into that. Fee changes for the upcoming season will be a 3% increase we're asking for to indoor, outdoor group lessons as well as private lessons. And then looking at increasing member, non-member primetime court fees minimally. It's something we haven't done since 2020. When you look at that increase from $34 to $35 an hour for a member, we're looking at 25 cents a piece per player. So I think it's something that they can handle. You'd be surprised how many people would notice a 25% increase to their court rates, but again, I think it's a fair and reasonable request at this time. Combined fund overview, so you can see the beginning reserves for Nielsen Tennis Center are quite healthy to start the year. In 2023, that is unchanged. Obviously, it rose just over $2 million. Revenues this year in excess of $2.3 million. $2 million of that is really driven through outdoor and indoor group lessons and private lessons. That is driving the train for us, if you will. So the success of our programs are really important to us, and so far so good. So operating expenses, we're managing those and keeping them below budget, which is obviously helping grow our net operating income, about $764,000. Then you add in our capitals, which includes the outdoor court repairs that we did this summer, and kept below, and moved some capitals into next year as well. So you can see we kept that below, and now our total expenses with capitals were at 1.7, bringing an overall net fund income adage of $671,000. So we'll start next year off at 2.7. Again, in 2025, we're anticipating roughly $800,000 in capital improvements overall for the facility. So 2025 will be a big year for the facility improvements. Any questions?
Great job.
Great job.
Dennis
Thank you for the grades.
continues to excel.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. With that, I will pass it on to Paul Schwartz. Thanks, Pat.
You're welcome. Better have something better than cookies.
Mayor here. How's everybody doing?
Good.
My name is Paul Schwartz. I'm the Ice Arena Facility Manager. Which one is it? Right one. Here we go. We'll jump right into the highlights. 2023 was a fun year for us. Okay, don't be drawn to the picture right away. We're going to get to that. One of our big highlights is our group lessons are just continuing to explode. Every year I raise the budget number. Every year we exceed the budget number. That's a good thing for ICE. I'll tell you why that is in a couple slides. I also want to point out we have a new assistant manager at the Ice Arena. We have not had an assistant manager at the Ice facility for 8 years, so I'm happy. This right back here, his name is James Fedke. He comes to us from the Robert Crown Ice Center. He was there for 8 years, brings a lot of experience to our program. We're super happy to have him there. Takes a bunch off of my plate, so thanks, James, and welcome. Okay, here we go, the new Zamboni, all right? This is the one thing that we've been waiting for. 18 months we waited for this thing. It took forever, but we finally got it. And as much as you see the little kids who run to the glass when the Zamboni comes out, they don't care how old it is. My staff is happy. They got a machine, they're not afraid it's gonna break down on them. We're real happy. This thing is a beautiful machine. We are very happy. It's gonna last us a good 10 years, maybe 12 years. So we're real excited to have this machine in the facility. It really does bring up our product, which our main product is our ice. So that's the one thing that this really helps us maintain the ice at the highest level possible. And then just to finish with our 2023, we did have a very, very successful, just about capacity participation, 50th anniversary ice show, the Blades of Gold. Kelly did attend it.
It was incredible.
It is our Super Bowl, so we just, that is the one thing that right after New Year's, we're starting to look at the ice show. So again, you'll see why in a couple slides, why we're highlighting that. And then we'll look forward to 2024 real quick. We haven't taken our ice out for about 4 or 5 years, so it's time for us to take it out. We started our summer program, which had continual ice usage the whole time. So we have found with this school construction, they're going a little bit later. We have an extra week this year of downtime. So we're going to take that ice all the way down to the concrete. We're going to rebuild it back up. We're going to repaint it. We're going to put the new logos in there. We're going to put the new advertising in there. We're just going to freshen up that sheet. And then again, one of our highlights, and we're going to see it in Capitals as well, but it's our upgraded sound system. I cannot tell you how old our sound system is, but for our Super Bowl, which is the ice show, we can't have any more snap, crackle, and pop in our sound system. So we are looking at different companies that offer these. It's amazing what is out there now for operating your sound system. We're still plugging a boombox into it and playing, and now you just do it on an iPad. It's blown me away a little bit. So we're very excited about digging into that. And then we have also transitioned our Learn to Skate program away from the U.S. Figure Skating Association, which is called Learn to Skate, and into the ISI, the ice sports industry. They provide a more recreational program. The U.S. Figure Skating program is very intense, and the levels in it start to frustrate the children, and we start to see them quit at the higher levels. So bringing in the ISI, it's a more recreational program. In Winnetka, so many kids skate. We want to keep them skating. We don't want to get them frustrated and we want them to stay in our program. So switching to this program just offers a lot more fun, a lot more activity in the program, resources, materials, and everything to keep the kids excited about skating. So we're really excited to have made this switch. Going forward, as always, a large portion of our ice rental goes to contracted ice programming, which is Winnetka Hockey Club, New Shore Hockey Club. 50% of our revenue. 50% right there. Again, group lesson, we're just blown through with group lessons. And Curious Group Lessons is our Learn to Skate program, bringing kids into skating and keeping them for as long as we can. So. And then summer programs, every year we just continue to build a little bit more, add a little more programming every summer. And we're just finding that has definitely been a great fit for Winnetka going forward. We're going to keep that going. And then for this season, our capital budgets, our capital projects are going to come in under budget. We just had spent a little less.
So that's it. And there's a couple other things that we just have pushed a little bit, or are not going to be as aggressive with going forward. So mainly one of them was, redoing the restrooms in the ice arena. Well, there might be a better way to do this, so we're going to dig a little bit more into it and see how we can kind of freshen things up in there without spending an exorbitant amount of money in there. Risks, top 3 risks. So as much as I sit here and I boost the group lesson program, this is what I wanted to talk to you guys about. Right now, hockey's on a little bit of a downtrend, okay? Not just Winnetka, Wilmette, Glenview, Northbrook. Everywhere it's down. And the main reason for this is these are the kids now that should have started skating in 2020. Okay, these kids should be transitioning. They were 3 then, they're 5, 6 now. And so COVID had hurt that, okay? What's exciting about the group lesson program exploding is that we're getting the kids back. So the 3 and the 4-year-olds, which will be ready for hockey in a year or 2, they're coming. It's the bottom of that pyramid is big. We're really excited to see that. Going forward, with another risk is just, our LRP upcoming needs. In a few years, we're going to need a new roof. After that, we're going to need a new dehumidifier. After that, we might need a new floor. We're going to need a new floor. So as exciting as it is to see our numbers go up, there's going to come a point where we have to reinvest back into this facility. So, and to keep this facility at the level that it is, we have to make these reinvestments. And then that just leads right into number 3, which is now a 51-year-old building. I can do my math on that from last year. Fee changes, most of them are tied to affiliate agreements, so nothing really huge here. It's about 2.5% on most of the contracts right now. We have found that we're falling a little behind with our Learn to Skate program, so we're bringing us up to market value with the area. Not too high, not too low, right in the middle there, but we've got room to add about $1.50 to each class time, which really is not huge. So if you have a $150 group lesson, now it's about $165. It's pretty nominal. People are obviously not balking at it due to the growth of the program. And then just the overview here. Our reserves are healthy, but we are going to continue to need to add to these in some more exorbitant levels to be able to not have a fund transfer, which is the big avoidance there when we come to these big capitals that are coming up. One area that we are a little bit light in and that we are expecting is because of this lower hockey trend, the Winnetka Hockey Club has lower ice needs. So they have backed off a little bit, but their needs are dropping us back about $25,000, $30,000. We are meeting those with group lesson. So as much as it scares me, it's like, oh my gosh, we're down. But it's coming back. So it's going to grow. It's going to be refilled back in. So I shouldn't worry too much, but I always want it to be now, not a couple of years from now. But we are going to rebound from that. And then again, just the capitals real quickly. We gotta get that new sound system, and on top of that, we have just some minor little facility improvements in the program, including a couple of equipment we need for the Any questions?
Please don't put a soundboard like that.
It's on an iPad.
I know.
I'm gonna have to hire a younger person to teach me how to do it. Okay. Hi, I'm Paul Schwartz. I'm your platform tennis manager. Highlights. I think pretty much everybody in this room knows the biggest highlight is adding 2 more courts to our facility. And obviously, that donation coming from the Winnetka Platform Tennis Club, based on their needs, was a win-win for us. So I don't think I can say much more than that, except that they're beautiful, they're running. The Platform Tennis Club is operating at full capacity right now. They're in league play. There's 8 courts going tonight. They're just, it's needed for them. It's needed. So the other thing I always like to put up here is at North Shore Country Day. We get about 7,000 a year from them. That doesn't seem like a big number, but they use court time that nobody else uses, from 3:30 to 5 p.m. So it's really exciting to have them come in, and their program continues to grow every year. So it's been a lot of fun having them come in and just utilize the facility, which was normally just a dead time. And then, obviously, I don't know if you guys have done facility rentals or been there for a paddle party. I am just about done booking for 2023, and I'm already going through 2024. It is jumping this year, so I'm very happy to see that. The Winnetka Platform Tennis Club does provide about 66% of our total revenue. They're our most important piece over there. Okay, not that everyone's not important, but that's a big portion. So we do everything we can to keep them happy, playing, the courts running at full operation with no hiccups in that. So 128,500. One of the things that we have, this risk is as Pat put, this is a potential risk. These courts are brand new. We just started using them this summer. We don't know what kind of impact they're going to have on utilities yet. We're closely watching that. We're imagining, natural gas, electricity, it's going to bump a little bit. And the Platform Tennis Club does know that their yearly rent is going to help match those increases. So that's part of the affiliate agreement we had signed a couple years ago. Actually, thanks to John, you worked that in there. So that's something that we have yet to figure out where we're going to be at. Increase in repair and maintenance of the other 6 courts. Those things have been around for a while, and the others, this year, we've put a lot of money into those courts. There was a lot of things that were getting a little worn down, so while 7 and 8 was going up, 1 through 6, we're getting a lot of the repair and maintenance that was needed out there to make sure that we can continue to play every single night. And then again, just like ice, the upcoming needs for the paddle facility, mostly as we mentioned earlier, Jim, the decking is next to be replaced over there. So that's one of the large capitals that has to happen going forward. The fee changes, this number here is going to increase slightly when we realize what those utility increases are going to be. Platform Tennis Club is well aware of it. Like I said, it is an adjustment with all these new courts coming in. And then same as ice, group lessons were getting a little behind, so we're right back in the middle where everybody else is. So we're hoping that just continues to keep driving the popularity of the sport. And then overall, actually I think this number right here, it's not negative, it's positive by about 1,000, but the reason why our overall net operating income for paddle this year is going to be about break even is a lot of it has to do with the operational costs that are coming up in the year, or repair and maintenance costs, I apologize, that are coming up in the year. Any questions?
Very thorough.
2 great facilities, thank you.
Okay.
That concludes our.
Anyway, I think you have 2 more slides.
Yeah.
Paul does.
Oh, well, I think they want you to go to the last 2 slides.
Those are just our backup slides, so you can.
Oh, the revenues and the expenses?
Yeah, that's all the, if needed.
Okay. All right, so again, that concludes our presentation for the enterprise fund for the 2024 proposed budget. I want to thank all the staff for taking the time to be here this evening. And thank you all for your indulgence as we go through this. Are there any questions?
Thank you. And to the audience, the reason why we don't have so many questions and are sparing you an even longer presentation is because these guys made all these budgets available to us to meet in 2-on-2 sessions. So we were able to get most all of our questions ahead of time addressed so as not to put you through an even longer budget process. So gosh, this is probably our 7th budget cycle. Yeah. Best yet. Really well done. Thank you.
Short budget session, better than a cookie. They were good. Okay, moving on to, that was item number 8, moving on to item number 9, which is unfinished business. Item number 9.1 is the discussion of the proposed $3 million donation to the Park District from the Justin Fishburne family to support the Elder and Centennial Beach project. And I'm happy to report on the meeting that took place on the 10th of October. The first thing that we asked for was additional time. As you can see, thank you. The first thing that we asked for was additional time. As you can see, we have a budget process. We have some additional budget work coming next month, and then approval along with any other discussion. So the first thing that we asked for was additional time, because for us, it's permitting and plans as well as our own budget processes. And that request was accepted. I don't yet know what the timeline will be, but we have a very busy schedule this October, November, and so I would look to sometime after that. The second item was the timeline for the completion of the 205 Sheridan project is December 2025. That was good information for us as we think about how to work together. The third item was the description of our updates of the Winnetka Park District's plans. We have made changes to our plans to design around whether or not the village moves the stormwater pipe. We want to have a plan in place regardless and give them the flexibility that they need to go through their Southeast Winnetka stormwater survey process. So we made some modifications to the plan for that. And we have sort of taken a bit of a curve off the end of one breakwater. The fourth thing that we discussed was naming rights. We didn't come to any conclusion. And the fifth thing that we decided was that our lawyers would go ahead and start documenting these, this exchange, this particular meeting being the starting point, and then those documents would be exchanged between the lawyers at this point. So that's where we are. We've pushed it out a little bit. It's, for us, it's a very nice donation offer, and we want to make sure that we consider it carefully. But for us, our most urgent priorities are continuing with our own independent design process, working on our own permitting process, and getting our budget in place. So, and as I said, that request for more time was accepted. Moving on to item number 9.
Madam Chair, before you move on, I don't think I quite understood what the attorneys are doing with documentation. Could you elaborate on that, please?
They will be creating, from the conversation that we had on October 10th, they will be creating a document.
In other words, they will be creating an agreement for?
I think maybe a list of issues to be discussed further.
Because the board has not yet made a decision on where we head with this.
Nope, we have not.
I would ask our attorneys that as you're creating this document, that you, sir, share it with all members of the board, please. Would be most appreciative.
I think that the last time the board discussed this, they delegated authority to a subset of the board to lead the negotiations.
But sir, it is my understanding that you represent the district and the board, so I would appreciate notice, and that was the commitment you made to us at the time that you joined as our park council. That when you gave council advice to one commissioner, it would be simultaneous to all. And so again, I respectfully request that you honor that promise.
So I think that we have adhered to everything that we've promised to do. We circulated an agenda immediately before we met, which was as soon as we agreed on an agenda, and we're reporting out the process of that. And when we have a series of meetings, additional agendas, additional report outs, those will be happening in public sessions. And then as a document emerges and evolves, that will be, as it is finalized, it will be shared with the board. That I think is an appropriate process. I think it's a public process, and I don't think anybody's trying to hide anybody.
I agree.
Thank you. All Moving on to an update from Adam Simon. Sure.
Just clarify one point, because I know in the agenda email, it made me think that there was a family foundation, or is it a donation from the family? Because those are, are kind of.
There's a foundation. There's a charitable foundation.
Okay.
Could you tell us what that is? The name of the foundation?
To the best of my knowledge, it's the Ishpia Family Foundation.
I'm going to go ahead because we also have some news to report on the Shreesheim versus Winnetka Park District lawsuit, and that's Adam's area as well, item number 9.2.
Thank you. So as has been reported in the media, Judge in Cook County granted our motion to dismiss. All 3 counts were dismissed. By conventional thinking, that means we've won so far. So that's good news. 2 of the 3 counts were dismissed with prejudice. In plain English, that means they cannot refile those. They cannot reintroduce those to the court again. There is 1 count for which they have permission to try again, related to the public trust doctrine. In respect to the public trust doctrine, the judge found that in order to present a case challenging that the Park District allegedly violated the public trust doctrine, or might violate the public trust doctrine, the plaintiffs would have to show that the Park District acted arbitrarily and unreasonably. That is a steep burden. In order to demonstrate that the Park Board acted arbitrarily and unreasonably, I think the judge would have to find that there's no set of facts that presents a rational basis for the Park District's decision. And as the judge mentioned earlier in her decision, as it relates to the Park District's action under the land swap statute, the board's decisions are granted a presumption of validity, and that where there is a reasonable difference of opinion, the court will not substitute its own judgment for that of a legislative body, such as the Park Board. So we got good news from the court. We have a status conference coming up November 1st, and the plaintiffs are expected to let us know by then their plan for refiling on the public trust doctrine.
Thank you very much. And now for the exciting piece, Costa Catula, I'm turning it over to you for the Elder Lane and Centennial Beach Project 3D renderings.
Christina, thank you so much. This evening, I have with me tonight Scott Ferris from the Lakota Group is going to co-present with me to walk the park board through the renderings that have been requested previously upon the final design, schematic design that is being proposed tonight. So what we have in front of you this evening is 6 different scenes to try to snapshot and best explain and illustrate the substantive data of all of the views, the vistas, the impact, the elevations as it relates to the breakwater. I know we heard a lot of questions about that over in numerous public sessions in the remarks from visitors, trying to create and sustain those views and vistas beyond our own boundaries, making sure that we're robbing the public of those additional views and breaking those sites. So we have in front of you this evening here, the first illustration, view 1, is Elder Lane Boardwalk. You're standing at an elevation of 589, looking due southeast across towards Centennial Park and beyond. The views that you're seeing here in the foreground, the wood decking or the tan is the elevated boardwalk itself. In front of that directly is the ADA access walkway that will get somebody down a suitable ADA ramp down to the beach level. From there, we did sustain the existing pier. We have included the Park Board's request to put in the pipes to be able to relocate the outfall, but currently it is shown with the outfall still in place at an elevation showing there 585 roughly. I will indicate that these elevations that I'm saying today, I'm rounding to the nearest foot, just for all intents and purposes. The elevations are slightly might change, or they might be a little bit indifferent from what I'm saying by a few inches, so just for basic terms. The pier itself is sustaining, the outfall is sustaining. The end of the pier, we did include the 16 by 16 foot structure to widen that and give it more of a capstone, if you will, for those to have a larger area or a more robust area to enjoy that element, and once again, engage and look beyond. What you're seeing kind of substantive in the background, the first breakwater in this illustration, just beyond the pier, would be the south property line at Elder Lane Beach. Beyond that, the next breakwater you're seeing is the breakwater with the integral pier that is established to create the bifurcation between the swimming beach and the dog beach on the farther side of that. You can see the views and vistas. They're showing open water beyond. Once again, somebody standing at this elevation, 589, looking out, your views are once again, for the most part, unimpeded. We wanted to make sure that that was a common theme that we heard through the open houses that were conducted in early 2020 or 2023, and as we progress through the project, those are things that we changed from our previous plan that was removed, and we withdrew back in June of 2022. So once again, some of those common themes that you heard, those things were pulled back. The elevations of the breakwater due south, the one at the baseline of Elder, the south property line, is set at an elevation of 583 and tapers up to an elevation of 585. The boardwalk, once again, at 589, there's a small differential in height of about 4 feet. So I know there's questions previously about the heights of the stone and, the steel and the shoring of that. Those elevations have been stated. The existing beach house is to remain. There's other elements that we're looking to punch it up, if you will, new paint and so forth, but those are less dramatic. The point of the views and the point of this view is so you can have a better experience and understand what your views would be looking out into the south and basically enjoying the views looking south by the two beaches. If I can have you move on to, well, thank you.
Can I just clarify one thing?
Sure.
This is the view when I'm standing on the boardwalk at 589.
Correct, looking south.
Okay, thank you.
And in each one of the views, it is denoted at the base of it, the location, as well as the orientation for the views for that slide.
What is
Sure.
the lake level?
The lake level right now, I believe, was set at 580. That's what we used as the base model, correct? Yes. Can you move on? This wasn't looking too advanced. There we go.
But that's filled in sand.
The second view here, as it's shown, is showing from the new inclusion of the new pier and breakwater at Centennial Park, looking due east. Once again, this view is being created to show what that view looks like, the touch of the bluff itself, how it's being maintained, just how not invasive, but how small and less impactful the actual walkway is coming down the new ADA pathway that's shown in the background here as it relates to coming down to the boardwalk created behind this structure. The elevation at the western end of that, where it meets the steel that's proposed, is elevation of 587.5, tapering out to an elevation of about 585. Right now, we still are working at a conceptual level. These are schematic designs that will take us to our permit drawings. We'll have the actual elevations on there that we intend to build. That's where the work from our consulting team will come in, and we'll start to really taper those in there. The one thing I will note here is the elevation of the rock is shown a bit higher, and we're going to make sure that the final design, as it's included, will be no greater than an elevation of 585. So I say that because our potential elevation of the platform in front, we might lower that a little bit more Once again, going back to what we had suggested, being mindful of the elevation of the current Elder Lane Pier and using that as a baseline for our future designs, we want to make sure that we're not obstructing the views any further than they're already out there in the present conditions. A couple things to note into here. You'll see the adoption of the dog beach throughout here as changed from the original lakefront master plan with the intent to turn this into a full swimming beach. That was amended by the park board, and the inclusion of the dog park, or excuse me, the off-leash dog beach was included. No greater than 270, no less than 170. Right now it's being shown at a dimension of about 240 feet of width, allowing access to there. The staircase for that is just near the boardwalk. You'll see it better in a second view, but there was a comment earlier today about the dimensions and size of that leash up area, which is approximately 15 feet by 15 feet. You'll note the handrail with mesh on the southern portion here. That's to allow for the fencing. That is creating that fencing divide between the dog beach and the actual pier. You'll also notice that there's fencing along the backside as anticipated through the plan itself and shown previously. That comes up and runs to the south property line of Centennial and then runs out eastward about 125 feet. Once again, being mindful of the views and vistas and also the potential damage and risk of damage that infrastructure can sustain during the winter months. Once again, we have a lot of ice damming and so forth. We always take that in consideration as part of our design plans. We're illustrating that here today. To the north is one of the swim zones, as once again discussed by the park board and approved. The design of Elder Centennial was going to be the north portion of Elder Swim, the south portion of Elder Swim, the north portion of Centennial Swim, and the south portion of Centennial for the off-leash dog beach. Those are elements, once again, that were asked earlier. I just want to clarify that. You'll see in the background here, once again, the elevation change. The sand's being shown at an elevation between 585 and 584. Currently, that's the elevation of where the sand is to date up against the existing steel. We know that as a data point working forward, trying to be conservative in our approach to make sure that we're not presenting or putting something in that will be sustainable, but looking to what we have. We only imagine that profile to change for the better with the new improvements that have been added. So once again, trying to get a better view and vista, showing the bluff, showing how the new access ramp is not that impactful, but yet done in a way that's very tasteful, still allows for the natural beauty of the bluff to be sustained and held, and also future development. One of the key parts of the lakefront master plan, Scott, and it was a common theme, was to clear the views, let us enjoy this, the lake that we have, and create those lake views from the top park land. And that's what's being done here, is we're doing some thinning of the trees and some of the invasives. There's been a lot of ask by that. There's been a lot of people that have emailed me and talked to me personally over the years. I always told them that's part of our plan. Well, now we're showing that we want to take that plan and move it into flourishing. This view, once again, is view 2, looking directly west from the new pier that is proposed for the Centennial site.
Can you just go back?
Sure.
Why has the dog beach fencing moved from the sand level to the boardwalk level?
Once again, that was something that we took a look at, and under further review with our team, trying to make sure that we're utilizing the best and sustaining our materials. There was concerns the more we thought about it with sand accretion as well as potential damage. We relocated that up to this level here as part of our schematic design. So there still is the buffer between that. We have the rock as well as the elevation change from 587.5 down to an elevation of about 584. So you have that elevation change along with the handrail and fencing. Any other questions for view 2 or scene 2 here? Moving on to view 3 or scene 3, you are now standing on the Centennial Swimming Beach looking south. So once again, this would be a visual of somebody standing on the beach looking directly south. Elevation of sand, approximately 585. as discussed before, so you can kind of get a view of what that looks like. Once again, the differential that you're seeing through here of approximately about 4 feet. Once again, this elevation here is about 587.5. We're at 585, so a differential of 2.5 feet shown here. We'll have, as built in as a amenity to this, an integrated seat wall is proposed right now. That's part of the design plan. We have some comp imagery that we'll show you here in a little bit as well to show some of the aspects of what the materials could look like, but they haven't been selected or affirmed at this point. But once again, some design elements to integrate as part of that plan. You have the walkway coming down as well, and then what you're seeing here is the fencing actually this is the handrail coming down. The fencing that's existing is off in the distance. It's a little hard to see on this illustration, but the purpose of this illustration is once again somebody standing on the beach, looking south, being able to see beyond the structures, being able to see the open lake land and the views beyond. For all intents and purposes, we looked at the permit that was submitted and approved for the 205 resident. We did include that stone structure, their breakwater, in here as well. So when you're looking beyond that, you can see the improvement as it's been approved, so you have a better understanding of what that is. That structure was built at an elevation of 586, ramping up to 588 as permitted through all the permitting agencies. And again, we're holding at 585, working up to 587.5, where the transition is for the ADA walkway. On the side here, you'll see the ADA access ramp, as well as the staircase for an individual to come down to the beach. We anticipate to include what are basically our sand mats for ADA access down to the water's edge. Those haven't been illustrated here. Those aren't a design component. That's operating infrastructure that we would build in upon opening of the actual beach. Any questions as it relates to this view? Yeah.
Are the benches included in the cost estimate that we have already?
They are.
Okay.
Along with the seawall or the wave wall that's behind it.
And then where about would the steps be for the 205?
The steps per their
breakwater.
plan are 40 feet off around the ordinary, or around an elevation of 580. I don't want to use the term ordinary high water because that's a ever-changing elevation depending on the dynamics of the lake at that time or when it's observed. But 40 feet off, they're hard to see here. You'll see them in a future illustration.
Okay. And is there a scale for these? You know, like the other drawings have a little scale.
Yeah. No, they're not to a scale, they're scaled off of the original plan and then modeled in a three-dimensional format and then created.
Right. So the imagery that you're seeing is based off of that real information that's part of the base diagram. So the heights that I've been discussing is the way that the line work behind this, the CAD drawing, has been built. And that is based off of the dimensions that are included on the site plan and our schematic imagery that we provided.
So I'm not that smart, but like, you said the lake level was assumed to be 580. So when I look at but when I look at our other pictures, it looks like it's like 577. So just like.
The imagery that you're seeing in the background where you're pulling some of those contours from is the actual contouring of the lake where it sits today, not where it's proposed. So that unfortunately is a misinterpretation. So the ghosted imagery in the back is the baseline of the plat survey that we created from the bathymetry. So that is not going to, that's going to give you a false read there, Cynthia, so I apologize. But that's
so this is giving me a false read?
That's, the sign contours there are proposed at 580. The cupping and the contouring that you're seeing. And the same with the illustration here. We went off the same elevations throughout, so it's consistent. In view 4, there's a view here capturing a bird's eye view looking from the south property line due to the northwest. This is a better illustration of the dog beach itself. You can see the existing infrastructure here. That's the current steel groin that comes out into the lake. Once again, the permitting for the south structure was built out to 125 feet. We are proposing our fencing to terminate at that 125-foot mark. In this illustration, the one thing to capture through this is the bypass to be able, for one, to be able to continue south without having to access or go through the dog beach. And that was done purposefully and intentionally, so this way somebody can come to Elder from the north, walk down the beach, walk up and over the groin with the integrated steps, continue south, walk up and over the south groin, continue south, walk up the boardwalk, continue across the boardwalk down back to the beach, and continue south from there. You'll see right here it's integrated into the structure. Once again, the 40-foot offset from the seawall of where it was designed, or the approved plans for their design. So an individual would be able to traverse the entire lakefront and continue through without having to access through the dog beach. Once again, that was something that we did purposefully to make sure that we're maintaining the dog beach itself and what the Cook County regulations for that. Fortunately, we're not able to do all sides as indicated. It would be very tricky and hard, almost impossible for us to fence the east side of the dog beach, but we are trying to capture this in the best way we can to keep those canines behind the fencing in an established area where they can enjoy the element of the dog beach and the lake with their owners. That allows, once again, there's sand through here, the elevations that are created, once again, about 584 or so as it tapers through. So an individual could walk up the boardwalk to the staircase. That individual can then carry up through to the Centennial Dog Beach parking lot as it exists today, or can continue beyond. The access points for this are similar to where they exist today on the western side of the park. So an individual now would be available to park at the ADA or at the ADA spots in the parking lot, or gain access to the park from the south or the north, being able to traverse the internal system of sidewalks throughout. I will note that the farthest east sidewalk to the south is not accessible, but there is one through the middle of the park and on the western edge of the park that is. You can then gain access down the ADA ramp to the boardwalk. And then from the boardwalk, they have two options. Not only can they enjoy those great views and vistas from that elevation, but they can continue out and come all the way out to the 30-foot diameter end of the pier as it's proposed here, and integrate into the lake and enjoy that from a different vantage point. Or they can go ahead and go down the ADA pathway here and gain access to the swimming beach. That's where we have it proposed today, and those are elements that we have included here. Once again, you can see the steel on the south side of Elder Lane Park, showing the south property line. There is no improvements proposed, and that would cross through the 261 Sheridan Road residence. There is no improvements proposed in that space. And the access across there, once again, we included it at the identified 580 based on what the permitting agencies had proposed for our south property owner for now. I will note that this is at a schematic level, and we're going to be working in the permit plans. There is an opportunity when we submit plans where the IDNR, the Army Corps, potentially the NWRD, if we get to that point, for their review on the outfall, even though it's just infrastructure pipes being placed, as well as the village review in their process for this project to make changes and adjustments as they feel best for the community. So just be aware of this. This is a best plan as identified by staff and our consultants, but this has not gone through the review of those agencies who could suggest change or dictate change to us if we just, as we continue through that process. So please be aware of that.
I'm so sorry for Mike. Will you show me where 261 is, just with your pointer? So
this brown line is the steel that is just on the north side or the north property line. And then I would, basically 70 feet roughly about here is where the south property line is. And that's an estimation.
So where I'm seeing on the renderings that there looks to be like boardwalk, that is a future dream?
There is no illustrations of any improvements other than on Park District property, through any of these renderings. The only time that illustration did show that was when we had our phase 3 plan, which we did not move forward with at this time. We are only showing phase 2 as indicated. Once again, kind of showing some of those views and vistas. To the north, we did include the improvements from the north property owner as well to Elder to show that impact and what that looks like. That's more evident on the plan itself, which we'll get to the schematic plan at a later point. Moving on to view 5 of Elder and Centennial. Once again, this is a view of now about midpoint on the bluff at Centennial, looking to the southeast. Once again, this is now a new vista that is being created by this avenue of the ADA walkway. This view also is showing the access staircase that we included, so a person would not have to go all the way down, but they can come through and go a more direct route. Once again, highlights of the new proposed breakwater pier structure at Centennial Park. You can see how the sand ramps directly up to the elevation of the beach here, of the pier, and somebody can walk through. You'll notice that the staircase here is shown being partially buried. Once again, we extended the staircases in most areas here down to an elevation of 580. Once again, protecting us in those low lake levels so we don't have those issues that we've had previously at Centennial Beach when Mother Nature washed away enough of the shoreline where there was a 2-foot drop at the end of the staircase. So once again, we're trying to be adapting to all lake levels, anticipating that we'll have substantial sand, but also building in the infrastructure for those times where Mother Nature might say otherwise. In the center here, once again, the approximate size of the off-leash or the leashing, off-leashing area for the dog beach is approximately about 15 feet by 15 feet. We did relocate the dog shower to this point. Once again, that is a item that we included in the plan. The final location of that is still ultimately to be determined, depending on utilities and so forth, but that's an element that we're not looking to lose. Showing again, you can continue through. You can see here, as you would, an individual would be walking south, they can continue on beyond Centennial and then continue walking beyond that as they so choose. We're not obstructing that ability with the inclusion of the dog beach. We're accenting that by allowing that sand walkway beyond, allowing to the integrated stairs to the south neighbor for an individual to keep walking beyond. Once again, you can see the cells, how they've been created. You can see just the shallow waters and where they move out. Once again, trying to create an open, soft, enjoyable, area for the community to really take advantage of. Not only those that have the ability right now of using all of Centennial with their dog beach pass, but in this case, opening up one of the better beaches to all the communities on the on the north half of it. Thank you. And then the last view here is looking from Centennial, looking north, once again, trying to have a better view and vista of what that looks like. You can start to see here, Colleen, this would be the property line of Elder where it exists today. This corner of the steel is basically where the corner of the property is for 261. This point due south is Park District. This is new steel on Park District land. We are abutting to the existing steel at 261. We are not including any of that in the plan, nor have we at any time. Like I said, the only time that we did was when that property would be acquired by the Park District, and that was phase 3 of our previous plan, which we're showing once again elevation and views for phase 2.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
When we do this work, we will have to place sand on 261, correct? We'll have to enrich sand there.
It all depends on the final design and the sand design from our coastal experts. They're going to dictate to us where it's going to be required based on the sand movement for the littoral drift. There potentially could be, but I can't answer that directly, how much or what that looks like.
There's virtually no sand there today, so that's,
Yep.
That's why you're showing quite a lot of sand built up there, so that's why I asked the question.
The reason that the sand is going to accrete there naturally is because now the structure here is lined with stone, so you're breaking that kinetic energy from the northeast where those waves will break into that and you're creating more of a calm area behind, as well as the new build out of the Centennial Pier, once again, will create more of a calm environment throughout here that will help with that over time. But once again, only time will tell.
Thank you.
Another thing to focus on here is as you look south, or excuse me, apologize, as you continue to look north, the views and vistas are still there. Whether you're at a beach level, you're at the boardwalk level, or you're here walking down the 88 access walkway, all those still remain. You'll see the improvements in the thinning of the tree stand on the south side, excuse me, the north side of Centennial Bluff. Once again, keeping the common theme, clearing out the invasives. Unfortunately, there is a lot of dead wood that needs to be cleared out of there, but taking a look at that, looking at the understory, and putting back something that not only fits within the hardy zone and with the selective plant materials, but also is very elegant and will be utilized to help stabilize the bluff areas. It's a little hard to see. I know, Cynthia, you had asked a question previously about some of the retaining or the outcropping stones that were going to be utilized as you made that transition down. There was a cut in the Tech Park land that needed to be created. That's being shown here a little bit. In the comp imagery, we did show some photos to help better explain that as well. With view 6 here, is there any questions that the park board has that I can answer?
I had a question on view 5,
Sure.
but I couldn't get in. So is it anticipated, like in this picture, it shows rock all the way up, but in that, it shows that it's flat sand at the.
The rock is still there, it's buried, and it's
Okay.
hard to see on the illustration here, the schematic plan, the large print, is because the sand will top over that stone, but that is carried back currently all the way to the bulkhead of the steel. So that would be buried rock, similar to what we have at Lloyd as a structure to help with retention and washout.
Okay. And then just to confirm the dimensions of the boardwalk and then the concrete, so is that like 25 feet out from the edge? Like how big is that platform?
Sure. The platform itself, let's see here. The walkway here is 12 feet. So from the ADA back to the current steel is 12 feet wide. The pathway in front is 10 feet. And then the staircase in front of that's about 5 feet. So we're looking at about 27 feet roughly overall from the current steel where it's placed today to now the eastern side of what that is. Any other questions as it relates to the renderings?
First of all, I want to thank the Lakota Group, and I want to thank you, Costa, for producing this. This has been a desire that our community has asked for over a year. One of the requests that we had was to produce a rendering so that if someone was on our southernmost beach, at the dog beach, and was out with their dog near the water, they would be able to see what they were seeing at that point looking south. And unfortunately, these renderings are beautiful, but they seem to be either bird's eye or they are done at a level of, I'm terrible with numbers here, the level of the boardwalk, so that it's very difficult if you're on the beach to see what that's going to look like. And I know it's possible to do that. The same comment would be looking north while the person was on the Elder Beach and near the stone breakwater, just so we give our community the opportunity to understand how this is going to change when they're on the lake, you know, by the water.
Sure.
What their viewpoint is. I know that can be done.
So view 3 is somebody standing on the beach. I believe the height of the individual, I think we set it at, it was like 5'6" or 5'8". It wasn't, you know, a taller individual, it was more kind of average stature, if you will. So that's what this view is creating right now. So view 3 would be the view looking south, but what you're requesting, Colleen, is basically just the opposite of this, if you will, standing on the southern boundary of Centennial looking due north, correct?
No, what I'm asking is you take the person who's on the beach close to that breakwater so that they're not so far away on the very far boundary of that cell.
Basically have somebody standing here, if you will, just
I
for
can't see.
representation, like on the right side here.
Yeah, or in the water.
So once again, this differential is about 2.5 feet. Handrail height's about 42 inches. So once again, you're looking at about somebody that's about 5'6", 6 foot.
If I might, the best reference.
Somebody at the water line.
The best reference is the existing Elder Pier, which is at the same elevation as what's shown here, 585. That was the
difference-
reference point.
With all due respect, the Elder Pier you can see through and it's not rock. So this is creating a visual change, and we've been trying now for over a year to have a rendering that would show this so our public understands once we spend the $14 to $20 million, what it's gonna look like. So if there are concerns, people can express them now before we spend a lot more money.
The views that were created were once again based on the understanding and the vision from not only the Lakota team, but for staff to best represent this project to show the openness to that. We did build in an allowance to add additional renderings. If that's something the park board would like to allow staff to continue on, Scott, we can create those other 2 visuals if that's something that the board wants. But once again, we want to make sure that we're explaining this properly and people understand, and we feel that this is accomplishing that. I'd like to just kind of note something that's been pressed upon a few times, this $20 million number that's been thrown around a few times. Currently, the CLARS estimates that were presented on, or last updated on October 2nd, the base project with the storm sewer, which is an additional $466,000, is $12,365,000. There is a contingency of 15%. That does bring that up to $14,200,000. If we were to build this structure without the stormwater, with contingency, that drops to $13,687,000. So just a little bit of clarity, that does include everything shown in these illustrations, as well as the inclusion of this breakwater at Centennial Beach as well. So I know that was a comment that was brought up earlier tonight by the community, so I just want to make sure I try to answer as many questions that we heard this evening as I can.
So I think everybody's had a chance to ask you questions as we've gone along. I'd like to go around the horn one more time and see if there are any other comments. And then I'm mindful of the time, I'm going to ask for a 3-minute limit for commissioners, respectful for how our public speaks as well. So raise your hand if you'd like to start here. Would you like to? Sure.
So Colleen, just to confirm your comment, your request is to stand at the southernmost end and have a view going south, and then have some of the northernmost end of Elder facing north.
Right, at the water's edge. Yep.
Okay. I have no problem with that. Why would we, if that's something that you think would be helpful?
Well, that's
and
what I
you
asked
think the
for.
community would be helpful? Now, I remember you asking to increase it to 6 views. We went from 4 to 6, so I know the 6 were answered here, but that specific viewpoint is the request.
Yes, and I
certainly have-
specifically asked for it during our last meeting when we were talking about
Yeah,
it.
if you find it helpful,
Yeah, I think
what
it
do
would
these
be
cost?
helpful for the
Out of curiosity?
I mean, about 2,000, right? So I will suggest when that request was made, Colleen, there was no disrespect. I was not trying to honor that request. We had already started down the process of this, and these were being worked at that time. So that's why we weren't able to create that request. But if that's a board-supported request, we don't have a problem completing that request.
Yeah, I'm just one person, I'd say go ahead. So we're trying to be totally transparent, so why not take a look at it? That's all I say.
Just to clarify, if you're in the southernmost portion of the Dog Beach, at the water line, looking south, you're not looking at Park District infrastructure anymore.
No, you're not, but you're looking at the Vista, and one of our community's requests is to try to understand what this plan is doing for alteration of the full Lakeshore Vista.
Yeah, I agree that the goal of this is
Adam,
business.
can we let the board?
Sure.
Thanks. Southernmost point facing south, you're looking across 205 Sheridan. Southernmost looking north, you're looking on the Park District property.
No, I
So-
comprehend that, Mr.
So the
Jones.
southern, but we have what's illustrated here on the far left of this image is the approved plans for 205 Sheridan. Great, and to further answer Cynthia's earlier question, the difficulty in producing these renderings is getting the exact specifications of each of the improvements and then putting them into a three-dimensional model so that they accurately illustrate what you will see. Super easy for an artist to, make a rendering. This isn't an artist rendering per se. This is technical detail rendered with a computer model. So we should be able to generate additional images with the information that's already in the computer.
I would only add one other thing. When you stand on the southernmost part of Centennial and you look south, you're not looking at anything we're doing.
Right.
If you stand on the northernmost point and look north, you're not looking at anything we're doing.
Correct. True.
Not looking at anything we're doing. So, okay, Eric has opined.
Yes, you are.
I'm gonna go
Right, we're on the
around.
roll.
Civility, please. We're gonna go around. Cynthia?
The peer engineering review.
Yep, I have it in a draft form, Matt's opting out this week, so I'm gonna finalize it, and I will, share that with the park boards. John Ford, that request on to me, I want to make sure that I boss the draft stamp, so I can.
P-I-E-R?
What?
P-I-E-R or P-E-E-R?
Well, you could interpret it either way. What a nice segue to my next comment.
Go.
I was referring to the $23,000 PIER study.
Okay.
But I still, the renderings are great. Thank you, Scott. I think this goes a long way. I will be interested to hear, some of the comments back because this is the first time that we've seen these, and that's pretty exciting. Hooray. The other piece I would say just generally for me that remains a question is just, how does the engineering hold together? I know Matthew Wright has said, I have not done the final engineering. The answers to your detailed questions about is this actually going to work will be forthcoming, hopefully, in the next phase. I don't know, but that remains an open. And then the other question I have is just for the village, have we gotten any further feedback?
No.
Okay.
No, we've made a couple of attempts, and we'll have a meeting, but as I said, we're designing in the most generous way possible to give them the most options possible to let them work through their process.
Okay.
So that's our goal.
And we will have a later chance to discuss the resolution. Or do you want to talk about that now?
There's a couple other pieces prior to the resolution.
Okay.
So.
Okay, that's fine.
I'd like to go through the comp imagery and kind of show some of the other perspectives. And then we'll
Okay.
flow into the conceptual plan, and I'll show that as well, the schematic plan.
Do you want to continue going around the horn, or do you want to take a break?
No, no.
Have a sip of water.
Do you need more
Jeff?
water, Costa?
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
Thank you.
Jeff?
If we are going to move forward with the 2 additional renderings, I think we should document first. I mean, we've talked about out loud, somebody should write it down, then somebody should approve it, and then we move forward. Or I think we're going to come back to a spot where we want 2 more renderings after that.
Good observation. Warren? You seem to be interested in this topic.
I'm pleased with the plans.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. I will say that I'm grateful for the work. I know that people worked the day they got back from their honeymoon, all weekend. We had many iterations and many conversations, and I'm grateful for the work, and I think that these help people understand what it looks like. I'm pleased.
I'm very thankful to finally see these. Our community now is just beginning to see these, and I would hope that we would also remain open to comments from our community as they start looking at this. That is something they've not had an opportunity to do. So thank you, thank you.
So these have been public on the website since Tuesday, correct?
Correct. They went out live at the FAR board packet.
Okay, great, all right. Have you refreshed yourself? Would you
I
like to
am
go ahead
recharged,
and
thank you.
resume? Thank you.
So here, along with the great work from the Lakota team, and there's been a lot of indications between Scott and myself and the hard work, I will suggest that it's the team that Scott has underneath him, that support capacity, Morgan, Carlos, Elliot, and others who have put in tremendous hours to create those images as well as walk through these plans, along with everything else they have on their dockets. So I would love to be able to recognize those individuals for all their time and effort thus far. This is something that went in, once again, as a, what could it be, potentially? So once again, taking the schematic design, taking a look at some character imagery to help illustrate what those different materials could look like, not suggesting that's what they will be. So I just want to make sure that that's understood. What you're seeing tonight are some items that we've used already and integrated on our lakefront that will flow seamlessly, so we have a nice consistency throughout all of our lakefront parks. But then also some other elements that could be very tasteful, making sure that we're taking the consideration of the views and the vistas a step further with our selection of materials. So we're doing it in a tasteful way that is less impactful and less obstructive in the view. So you'll see through here, once again, boardwalk decking, looking to reutilize the Ipe material that we had. We noted, once again, at a high cost, we are lapping the concrete with Ipe, so that is something that could be pulled off as a cost savings opportunity. Once again, we talked through several times of different opportunities through the bidding phase that we can look at possible ways to reduce the scope of work, but until we get to that point, that's just a piece to mention, if you will. Continuing from that, once again, looking at some of the handrails and what they could be from the boardwalk areas. This is handrailing that's in place currently down at Tower Road Pier that crosses the little boulder stream that's down there, if you will, for the overflow from the area down there. We also have this imagery here, which is a more of a cable design. Once again, less mesh, more open, more views, has the potential there, down to some conceptual designs of where it's just literally a tubular structure where it's even open further for some of the handrails that would go down the bluff that are required depending on the slopes and so forth. So once again, trying to be mindful of our selection of materials. Fencing and gates, there's a couple different things identified. These were items that were identified previously, whether it was the work done for the review and investigation for the potential dog beach location at Tower Road, or our own investigation when we did work back in 2018 to look at dog park items and with Island, West Elm, we investigated a lot of that. Once again, bringing some of those materials back to what they could be. And then the integration of an Ipe bench, not exactly what Highland Park has, but similar in the design concept, something that's integrated yet tasteful, so you're not taking up the walkway area, we're shrinking that or reducing the size of that pathway, integrating the seating on the wall shoring to the west, and trying to be deliberate in our design of what that looks like. So once again, this is some imagery. Along with that, we want to be mindful of low-level lighting, once again, safety lighting, so there's an opportunity of some ballards through here that were identified, material finishes for concrete, whether it's a flat work that is trowel smooth, or potential, something that has flat work with a broom finish for traction in that element, considering wet feet and so forth. Be mindful that it's not too aggressive, but things to consider. One element that I talked about previously was some of the outcropping stones that would be required for the terracing up on the park land area. These are Rosetta stones. These might look very familiar to you. This is what we use to create the retaining wall at Lloyd behind the boat storage racks for all the kayaks and paddle boards. That worked very well. It's a modular system, not a high cost, and very, not only does it have the structural resilience, but it's also at a piece where it's going to tie that element throughout the park site. And then once again, bluff vegetation and revegetation, what some of that might look like. Here we're showing some ferns and some understory growth of what that could be, but once again, we'll review that further to make sure that we're making the proper selections for that material. I wouldn't presume there's going to be a lot of questions on this, but because this is comp imagery, but if they can answer anything that there might be before I move on to the slide.
So just thinking this through with the different types of fencing, and just looking back at view 5, like for the swimming beach, you constantly have feedback of like, where do I wash my feet?
Mm-hmm.
Where is that?
So
like
we have some contingency built in. We can adapt. If we're going to bring water down to a dog shower, we can definitely put a foot wash station in. Those are not necessarily high level conceptual pieces that are going to be part. That's going to be when staff works together, starts collaborating. Alyssa, what do you need to make sure that you can have your towers in there for your guard shear and your safety supplies and access? Those are the design elements that come out in the operational review.
Okay.
But those would be part of the consideration. Any other questions for complimentary before we move on to the schematic final design plan?
Just how high are the fences again for the dog?
I believe we have them noted at either 48 or 52, 54. I apologize. They're noted at 54-ish. Once again, that's what we've taken back from some of our review. At the elevation where it's graded on the boardwalk, that probably will come down, but along the backside and on the south front, that would probably be at 54.
So even the rail next to the,
That's the one I just mentioned, that could probably come down from 54.
okay, yeah, because 54 is high, but they'll all be able to be seen through.
Yes, exactly. As I stated before.
At all angles.
Our objective is to have something that's open and airy, but yet very functional. Correct. All right. Any other questions as complimentary? Maybe switch to the schematic plan. Thank you. I'm going to address at a very high level, and then we also have a zoom in or a larger image for both the Elder Lane and Centennial centerpieces, if you will. Don't want to beat a dead horse here because we've gone through this quite a few times at length. So once again, I'll kind of go through the major changes that you might have seen from the last iteration from our phase 2 approach to our final schematic design as we're looking to get direction from the bar forward to keep moving on with this process. One change here is the location of the staircase. Once again, taking the design cues from what has been permitted and has been changed not only through the IDNR and the Army Corps, but what the village opined on as well for the 205 site, putting it at that 580 elevation or that common keep your feet wet elevation. So once again, these are set up about approximately 40 feet off the infrastructure. We have the walkway up and over the north breakwater at Elder Lane. We have the walkway up and over the south half of the south one-half breakwater, if you will, at the south side of at Elder Lane as well. So once again, somebody could walk through, up and over, continue walking beyond, and continue throughout Elder, and then pass that site without taking their feet off of the sand, if you will, just to walk over the new 2 elements. The other thing to note in here, we did plan in a little bit more of the vegetation. Once again, trying to soften some of that. That was something that was included in the original master plan. We brought some design cues back in for that. Once again, this is just a representation of what that could look like, so that will be something that potentially could change, but change for the better, I would suggest. So please don't get hung up that it's shown here and where it is later on. We'll walk that through once we get to that point of design. But something else that was noted through the master plan, so those are those green areas as indicated on the plan sketch here. The improvements to the north property owner, the existing improvements are shown here. Once again, being able to walk up and over that structure to the normal water level, or in this case, keeping your feet wet to where that sand barrier would be, that's gonna fluctuate. You know, we anticipate this corner to accrete sand over time, but once again, we don't know how that's gonna happen until time will tell. So we're just showing where the indications or the staircases up and over are. The pier itself, we did remove the staircase to the south. We have this piece included. There wasn't a need to replicate that amenity again. So once again, trying to be a little bit more ideal of our fiduciary responsibility, taking a look to make sure we're not replicating or duplicating services if they're not needed. The pier itself is stayed as proposed with the 16 inclusion, and then the existing stormwater, as directed by the park board, would be proposed to be installed from the bulkhead, manhole 4, and the two 36-inch height, or the 36-inch or pipes would be installed, integrated into the breakwater as a cost savings opportunity for the future. Once again, we'll reach out to make sure that all the regulatory agencies understand what our approach is, and we'll review that and give that information back to the board so the board can here ultimately decide how they need to proceed with that when we get to the point of plan sets as well as permit submittals. As we move on to Centennial, once again, a lot of the same design cues. The only thing that we wanted to make sure that people understood is that we made sure that the plan design shown here represented is what was approved by the last round of approvals through the Corps and through the Village of Winnetka, making sure that's represented clearly. Other than that, the designs for Centennial are pretty much identical to where they were previously. Zooming in on Elder Lane, once again, showing the offset of what that is for the walkway up and over compared to where the existing infrastructure is for our north residents, to make sure that you're walking where it's intended to be, basically observing, as Peter Freeman expressed with his review of the public trust document, keeping your feet wet, if you will. So that's where that's being shown here. Once again, following suit to what was approved at the 205 site, and are mirroring that here on the south side as well. Moving on to the update on Centennial. The fencing was relocated. Cynthia, as you pointed out before, we decided to do that as an opportunity, one, to keep people from potentially wanting to off-track into the rocks, but creating potentially a little bit bigger dog park and creating that infrastructure as a 2-for-1, if you will, between the fencing and the handrail as an option. Other than that, the improvements for themselves are about the same as where they were before. As I mentioned, the inclusion of a couple native areas have been included for some dune grasses. The ability to walk the site and continue walking the site as it's proposed, bifurcating the dog park so there's not a need to walk through or put anybody into an area where there could be off-leash dogs. And then, of course, the ADA ramp going down. This ramp is proposed 9 foot in width to allow for us to have a maintenance access point down to both beaches for us to maintain these in perpetuity. If I can answer any questions, I'd love to talk through any questions the board would have.
Go ahead. Let's try and keep it short because it's 9:20 and we still have closed.
The steps, I just want to reiterate, the steps with the 70 feet, it still looks like the bottom 2 steps are, if the property exchange at some point in the future completes, that we have a problem.
I assure you that they are not, when they're actually designed, they are designed to be out of the 70-foot threshold.
Okay. That's good. Thank you for reconfirming that.
You bet.
Have you calculated how much beach will be consumed width-wise by stone breakwaters?
So, based on the comment, I kind of worked up some rough numbers, if you will. The structure designed here, you can see the top of the structure is designed at about 14 feet. The slopes on the structure as they're designed, they're, where the natural sand elevations will come up, you're probably looking at around 8 to 10 feet on either side of the structure that would be exposed. And then the remaining would be in place, but underneath the sand. So tentatively around, 24 to 30 feet, give or take, potentially. And then on the south structure, since that's half a structure, you can cut that number right in half. So this would probably be somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe around 12 to 15 feet, give or take. Now that's a rough estimate. The sand contouring, the sand elevations will ultimately dictate where those dimensions will land. I will note that the width on this breakwater could be reduced if the two 36-inch pipes are removed. That would be reduced by 3 feet in width from 14 to 11. We can keep it at 14 because of the low elevation. That would give a larger duration for waste to be broken over that, but that would be something that I would look to our experts to give us better clarity and direction on the pros and cons as we move into the permitting for submittal.
And then for Centennial, the breakwater that's in the middle of the beach.
15 foot is the width of the pier, as it's shown on the plan that you noted. And once again, approximately, that dimension of about 10 foot on either side. So around, this case, about 35 feet, around 8 feet on each side. So roughly around 30 feet, give or take. Warren?
Thank you.
How does that compare to Maple Beach?
The pier?
Yeah.
The pier width is almost identical to Maple Land Beach, and the length going out is identical to Maple Beach. So the obstruction but the pier currently in place at Maple would go no further. This isn't proposed to go no further than that one is there, keeping in mind what that looks like.
There will be.
By contrast, do you know how far Lloyd goes out?
I guess it would be from what vantage point?
From the bottom, from the toe slope?
Toe slope, I believe that dimension is 230 feet, give or take.
That's Maple, 235.
Well, where Lloyd is, because the toe slope from where it was eroded goes further back.
Okay. From the bluff, from the bottom of the bluff.
From the bottom of the bluff about.
It's over 400.
I'm sorry.
It's over 400. Lloyd.
235.
The ramp. The boat ramp.
Boat ramp.
Goes
From
on 400 plus feet.
Yes, it's over 400 feet.
So where the chains are out there, they're overlapping.
Yeah. And
second
tower.
That's the second one.
600 feet.
Yes, tower goes
Yeah.
out much further.
So the best example of scale for this is Maple. It doesn't have the big end like Maple does. Maple has a much larger end. It's about the same distance overall, and the stem width at 15 feet is pretty close to Maple.
It's almost identical, yes. Very similar.
Thank you.
Any other questions that the board has that I can answer? Okay, I'll let Christina do that to you.
Sure. I just want to thank you, Costa. I know this is a lot of work. I want to thank everyone who has stayed. I want to thank everyone who has commented and helped us refine this. It's been a long 15 and a half months. And I'd like to go ahead and consider the resolution. Consideration of resolution number 2023-10-19, Elder and Centennial Beach Project Final Schematic Plan Design. You want to read that, Costa, or you want me to read? I'll read the whole thing.
Madam Chair, I'm in deference to the time, the fact that we have some very worthy individuals here that plan to meet with us this evening. I'm going to suggest a motion to table this with a proposal that we have a committee of the whole meeting on November 2nd, that perhaps if the board was so predisposed, we could transform into a special board meeting so that we could have some really thoughtful consideration of this. So it's a motion to table with a proposal that the November 2nd committee of the whole meeting be transformed into a special board meeting. I don't know if there will be a second, but looking at the clock, I think this is going to go on for a little bit of time, so.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Roll call.
Commissioner James?
No.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes?
Commissioner Tyson?
No.
Commissioner Lesson?
No.
Commissioner Kodo?
No.
That motion fails. I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution in full. It's a little bit lengthy. Winnetka Park District Resolution Number 2023-1019, a resolution approving the Elder Lane and Centennial Final Schematic Design Plans dated October 19, 2023, for use by Winnetka Park District staff to prepare and file permit applications to all regulatory agencies for the Elder Lane and Centennial Beach project. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Park Commissioners of the Winnetka Park District, Cook County, and State of Illinois as follows. Section 1, Legislative Findings. The Board of Park Commissioners hereby make the following legislative findings related to the Elder Lane and Centennial Beach Final Schematic Design Plans. Dated October 19th, 2023, attached hereto as Exhibit A, and incorporated herein by reference. Parentheses, the plans, close parentheses. The board finds and determines that the plans, A, present a strategy and pathway to 1, eliminate numerous dangers to patrons arising from interaction with damaged or dilapidated improvements, and 2, repair Elder Lane pier segments. B, improve emergency and maintenance vehicle access route to the beach. C, protect against beach loss, bluff, beach and bluff destruction and severe erosion. D, create accessibility for disabled users in accordance with the Americans with Disabilities Act, parentheses ADA, close parentheses, including access to the Centennial Beach Boardwalk, viewing platform, Centennial Beach, and Lake Michigan. E, enhance overall aesthetics of Elder Lane and Centennial Beaches. F, eliminate the current gated locked access that presently precludes general public access to Centennial Beach, and by doing so, returns to public use a more appropriate allocation of beach frontage for both an off-leash dog beach and lakefront recreational activities. G, retain access control to continue fee-based use of the Centennial Dog Beach. H, meet Cook County and village regulatory requirements for operation of an off-leash dog beach. And I, present an economical opportunity to update, improve, and relocate the village's existing storm sewer outfall pipe beneath the Elder Lane Pier and related storm sewer system improvements that traverse Elder Lane Park for the purpose of saving public resources for the Park District and the village's shared residents. Section 2, approval of schematic design plans. The Board of Park Commissioners hereby approve the plans. Section 3, permit applications. The Board of Park Commissioners hereby instruct, direct, and delegate authority to the Park District staff and engaged consultants to prepare permit drawings based on the plans and to file permit applications as soon as practicable with all applicable regulatory agencies, including but not limited to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the Illinois Department of Natural Resources, and the Village of Winnetka. Section 4, repealer. All ordinances, resolutions, policies, and motions heretofore adopted by the Park District which are in conflict with this resolution are hereby repealed to the extent of any conflict. Section 5, effective date. This resolution will be in full force and effect from and after its passage in the manner provided by law. May I have a motion?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I just have a question. Last time when we submitted the permit applications, there were some statements in the covering documents, and there were a whole bunch of other drawings beyond the ones that we've approved as part of those applications. So, under this resolution, when will we expect to see them?
That's a question.
Our goal is to bring the permit drawings and the permit submittal to the park board in November is our goal.
and then as indicated previously, for approval to have submission by the park board to those said agencies.
Because that's not what this says.
That would be the next step, permit drawings, and then permit drawings come back to the board.
Okay, but that's not what this resolution says in section 3. So is it possible to,
Do you have a proposed amendment?
I would just add, bring to Park District Board for approval in November and subsequently to file permit applications as soon as possible.
I'm going to argue that that might not be necessary since we have a policy in place that we have to approve permit drawings before they're submitted. Because we adopted
This
that
is,
policy.
but this is superseding that with the, to the extent that it's in conflict with any policies and motions here before adopted.
Yeah, I don't think that would be. Yeah.
It's not typically the province of the board to opine on permit plans. The schematic design reflects the design intent, and we know from prior experience that the first review will be a review of sufficiency, and then it will come to a 30-day public comment period where there will be another opportunity for public comment on the permit plans as submitted. There's a great sense of urgency expressed by the community to reopen Elder and get this done. Any further delay would, we're likely push us out beyond 2024 anyways, in 25. I don't think that there's a substantive reason that we shouldn't let staff proceed with the preparation, knowing we can look at those submittal documents in November. But I see no reason, knowing that there's going to be a 30-day public comment period, to subject to further review.
Madam Chair, may I speak?
Yes.
My concern with this resolution is I really do not know how it interfaces with the resolution that we passed in May. It seems to me, and I'm more or less echoing what Commissioner Rath has said, it seems that we are creating an area of great ambiguity here. And it would seem to me that it would have been more appropriate to have done a restatement of the May resolution rather than a separate resolution because of the ambiguity that is being created. And if you recall, we spent quite a lot of time when we were looking at the May resolution, making sure that we had language in it that the board would have an opportunity for the sole and limited purposes of ensuring consistency with the concept plan, have the ability to review the permit applications. That now has been removed from this proposed new resolution.
I'm going to turn it to Adam Simon and ask him if he believes that the process that Costa Catulos has described is in conflict with this resolution that we are attempting to consider tonight.
This resolution authorizes staff and the consultants we've hired to prepare permit drawings and allows them to file them. It also allows them to bring them back to you for presentation before they're filed. But they are specifically directed to make the permit drawings in conformance with the schematic drawings. They don't have discretion to change the design. The goal is to move up to the next level of engineering, the next level of specificity. But they should, in all respects, represent the schematic drawings that are being presented tonight for consideration.
So given that clarity, and given your intent to bring them back in November when they are in a more cooked stage, we have any other discussion? Is there any other discussion? Okay, I'd like to take a roll call on this resolution as read.
Commissioner Rack?
No.
Commissioner Root?
No.
Commissioner Tyson?
Yes.
Commissioner Lesson?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo?
Yes.
That motion passes.
Moving on to item 10, staff reports. I've heard a lot from the staff this evening with their budgets. Anyone else? Item number 11, matters of the director.
Yep, you have the legal fees that are included in your packet, as well as the Alderman Centennial expenses, both of which are year-to-date, but we also then aggregate those expenses accordingly from 2019 forward. I want to thank those who showed up, notably Commissioner Tyson, Commissioner James, and Commissioner Kodo for showing up at the Nick Corwin Park Playground ceremony. It was outstanding. Staff put a lot of time into it, so tip of the cap goes to you and your team for everything you did to prepare for that event. Certainly Kate Erickson and Gracie Durham did quite a bit as well, so it was really special to have Mrs. Corwin with a statement, and Phil Andrew with a statement, and Kofi was there representing the transformation of the playground to Ghana, Teresa Claybrook, just a wonderful event. So tip of the cap to everybody. We then have another celebration event scheduled for late November with the Winnetka Platform Tennis Club to commemorate the platforms 7 and 8, which are in full use, but a ribbon cutting event that we'll get on the calendar soon.
Excellent, thank you. Board liaison reports, would anyone like to report?
November 6th, the Winnetka Caucus Town Hall.
There you go, that's a big
If
one.
anyone doesn't have it on their calendar already.
Thank you. Have they decided remote or
I don't
in
think
person?
so. Their website is still ambiguous.
Got it.
I was informed by Ryan today that they believe they're going to have it remote because they have taken a poll of the caucus members, and that's when most of them can attend, if it's virtual instead of in person.
Just make sure that their subscription is big enough to hold that many guests in the virtual room.
Correct. I also think that everyone in the remote version should be identified by their name. I think that's a more authentic way to communicate. Okay, having no more board liaison reports, is that correct? Okay, we're moving to remarks from visitors, item number 13. I can start at the front of the room this time and
Okay,
work my
I'll
way
go.
back.
I've never been more disappointed in the board in my life. I want it on record that I want to sing a song. 4 rock walls, 3 big groins, and a 26-foot boardwalk on the beach. We do not need to chop up our beach. I want to tell you that the survey said the people's answer choices were to perform the work that must be done to repair and preserve the beaches, bluffs, and tableland, and repair and maintain the restrooms and safety and security. 43 responded yes. I would have responded yes. Following completion of the current plan, explore additional development of our beaches, possibly a restaurant, boardwalk, or promenade. 38% yes. You cannot add those two together to come up with 82%. It makes absolutely no sense. I want you to know I've never seen a more chopped up beach in my life. We are giving away more rocks on the beach than we are getting a beach. It appears, and I'm going to read what I just wrote here, so I apologize for the roughness of it. I don't want to go up and over 4 rock walls where there are none. If I recall, the master agreement allowed for a 70-foot swap and a 70-foot buffer. It appears you are granting wishes. I have to go up and over 4 walls and go over up to ADA access and over an 8-foot wall currently, with the wall at 585, with the water at 577, and the water's going down. So now 4 groins, 4 walls, and a partridge and a pear tree. We want an open beach. Lake levels are going down. When I moved in, we had a 50-foot beach. If we get a 50-foot beach, these walls are going to be massive. Centennial needs absolutely nothing. It's got a 90-foot beach. The dog beach needs a fence put up, like the fence that you put up on January 17th for $1,500. A see-through fence that I can walk the entire beach. We do not need to spend $10 million in rocks for dogs. We do not need to give a buffer to Orchard 2020. We do not need to give our dogs $30+ million of our lakefront. Towers offered you lakefront for the dogs. We need piers on both ends, not rock walls and fences in the middle for dogs. Put the dogs on tower. Eliminate the buffer for Orchard 2020. Remove the hundreds of feet of rocks on the beach. Keep the 1,000-foot view. That's what you said. You wanted to unify the beach. People do not want to spend $20 million for a 20-year lifespan. You can't spin the numbers. We want a project which protects us, the public, not landowners, and spends our tax dollar money. Lake levels are dropping. Our bluffs at Centennial have never been questioned, and we have a 90-foot beach there. We don't need 2 rock walls on the southern end of Centennial. It appears to be that Orchard 2020 is being protected from the negative impact of being on the south side of a rock wall.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Please raise your hand. Mary?
Well, I want to say a couple of positive things first, okay? First about golf. I believe I understood that there will only be daily fees. There will be no passes anymore, no, is that correct? Okay, he's shaking your head. I still, we used to have something for residents that they could pay an extra amount of money for and get a reduced rate on a daily fee. I really feel that we owe our residents something in golf. It's their land. And it wasn't much. It was $4 or $5 off the amount, but it was for residents. And they even paid for the pass to get this privilege, which I always thought was kind of silly, actually. So we're taking from all the groups of people, the women's groups, the ones I speak to, and the men's groups, who have always been able to buy a pass for the season, and their rates were reduced. I mean, they could play more times. It was all a game, but you're a smart group, and I have to tell you, I don't think you want to have this, them come back at you. At least consider it, please, because I think the residents do deserve something. Also, as far as sailing, thank you very much for going along with bringing sailing back. I think it's a big part to Lloyd. Keep Lloyd going forever. It's a lifelong skill, and you know, New Trier has a sailing team, Loyola has a sailing team. And some kids go on sailing in college, and so I really am happy to see that happen again in 2024. One question I didn't find the answer tonight was the width, at least maybe I missed it, north to south on the rock walls. I don't know if you can answer that at this point.
I can follow up with you later.
Oh, wonderful, okay. But do it, would you please? Otherwise I'll have to do a FOIA. I don't want to do a FOIA. But I am curious about the one that bothers me most, because it seems like it's the biggest, is the one on the north end. But they all have considerable width, and we are really losing a lot of beach with this plan. I also think that we throw these numbers around of 13 million, 20 million, 10 million, as if it's nothing. It's something. When this could all been done a lot cheaper. If you had used Elder, it has the existing ADA path down, but we have to have this big monstrous thing. It'll be lovely, I suppose, but it's an awful lot of money for people to fathom. I don't care if it's 13 million almost or 20 million. It's a lot of millions. It's a lot of money. So I also am very concerned about the staffing. We've heard Kyle Berg, when he was here, talk about the staffing. He can't get people to do the beaches. Now we're adding these, it looks like to me, 2 beaches for swimming. down there. I'm a little confused on that still. I mean, the dog beach is on the southern end and then the swimming, but there's another cove in there also. So I don't know how much staffing, but it looks like a lot to me. You know, I guess they'll take care of it, but, you know, I just, I'm kind of sad about this whole thing. I think that the caucus survey was very ambiguous as far as the questions that they asked. They're a different group, that's not your purview. But they asked too much in one question and the public was confused. I mean, I talked to someone the other day, she said, I don't even know how to find out what's going on with the Park District. Here we are again. And I will tell you, I read that packet at the library, and I appreciate that though, because it's easy for me, so. There was also, when you started out with this whole plan, is it Vimeo, V-I-M-E-O, where you did like a drone picture or something of the sort? It was a video of what the first plan looked like, and it was all the restaurant business down there and all that. Why don't we do something like that so people can see what this plan looks like instead of always just looking at these little figures? Because I just still believe that those figures, the plans that were shown, and Eric, I'm glad that you're saying we should do another one, because that wasn't from beach level. I mean, of course you're going to have a view when you're up on the platform or up on the land, but at beach level people, when they're down at sitting on the beach, they aren't going to be able to see. Right? But do you remember this video at all? What was it? This is when the initial thing came out, wasn't it?
I'm sorry.
Pardon me?
It's not Q&A, I apologize.
Oh, okay, thanks a lot, Costa. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mary. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Susan?
Susie, do you want to come? Go ahead. No, go ahead, I'll follow you. Hi, Sherry Molitor. I want to reiterate regarding the car. We heard David get all hot and how he gets, and it's, I guess, a good thing he's not out here anymore. The numbers are what they are. I voted, I think you all know, that I don't want $15, $20, $30 million spent by the Park District when there are so many other things that left. I was one of those, 30-something% who said, yes, do what needs to be done. You're adding these two numbers and you're misleading the public again. You're doing it in the press, you're doing it on your websites. You don't add the first two numbers. They're different answers, but you're adding, yes, people want Elder fixed. I want Elder fixed. We want the Bluff at Centennial fixed. But that doesn't mean we want to spend $15 to $20 million. You know, these gentlemen earlier that made all the wonderful presentations on how great things are going, there was one common theme, and it was inflation. And I don't hear it in any, I know there's contingency money for extras and blah, 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 but inflation, this thing is going to skyrocket, and this community does not support it. I don't understand why those who do on this board can't get that. There are other programming things, facilities. The skating rink is going to fall down according to what he reported. That's hugely popular. Maybe some money should be set aside for that someday. But this small seasonal project, it's good for what, 2 months out of the year? Can't be staffed. We heard that tonight. We've heard it many times. My kids were all lifeguards. It's difficult. So please think about really this enormous sum of money. I love the lake. I've lived here, it'll be 30 years next year, partly because of the lake. Prior to that, Evanston by the lake and the city by the lake. I know it should be protected and kept well, but what you're doing is not necessary, especially since we have Tower on the lake. So please, reconsider, listen to the community. The community doesn't support this project, no matter how you spun the numbers in the press. It doesn't. You can't tell, it does not support this. And you all have an obligation to listen to your constituency. 2 people up here are, and thank you, ladies. The 2 ladies, well, no, whatever.
Susie Schreiber, Winnetka Park District President, and I know it's late, and this will be short, but I want to speak to Lloyd as it leads to the Elder Centennial and all that has been said this evening, and the reports, which I did listen to, and I do understand. But you have Lloyd, not from Ring, but Lloyd from the sand down to the south end, from the north to the south end, the sand portion of Lloyd. And I have indicated this to you at prior meetings under public comment. You have no safety control in place for residents and users. There is no lifeguard, there is no permanent attendant assigned to that, and that's one of the, you created a wonderful place where a lot of people like to go, and you have a lot, and I'm speaking directly to the new superintendent of Parks and Recreation, by the way. You have kids coming down there, which I would have done exactly the same thing, and did. And being honest. They're coming down there on their bikes, and there's no parents or anybody, watching them. And there is swimming in the coves, and you have northeast winds, east winds, southeast winds. You have young high school, college-age kids trying to do, and I'm not quite sure what this sport is because they weren't parasailing out there, but they were kind of hang gliding on the beach and doing it when the wind was shifting, and it was funny to watch, but it was also not safe to watch. And there just is there's no rules, regulations, or supervision down there. And all you need is at least one attendant, and you need a plan. So I'm respectfully asking that this fall and winter and next spring, that you put together a safety plan and a management plan for the operational use of Lloyd Sand Area. And that you have staff, supervisors that go down and check throughout the, once or twice a day to see that things are going well. And, I think it can be done. In fact, I know it can be done. But please look at that. And I am extremely disappointed at the lack of fiduciary responsibility and not allowing the general public to have time, not just from Tuesday when Liz were, what you discussed tonight, Elder and Centennial, was available on the website. There's no rush. 2 weeks, 3 weeks is not going to make a bit of difference. But when you're trying to regain respect of the general public, rushing is not the right way to go. It's just a real disappointment. But keep trying and keep at it. I know you can do it. You have the ability. So, anyway, have a good evening and good luck on the rest of your meeting.
Thank you, Susie. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Appreciate it.
Krisha Miller, 246 Scott. I was looking at the renderings, the 3D renderings, and it's interesting that there are barely any people pictured on these beaches, which is pretty much sad, but also it also shows you that the scale of the beaches are hard to see for the average person. There were more people, it might have been better. Also, if they had put lifeguard stands where they think the lifeguard stands would be, we'd get a better indication of which are the swimming beaches. I was very interested to hear that Lloyd was staffed all the way up through September. They could afford that, but they can't afford lifeguards when the weather is good, the day after Labor Day. I happen to live near Tower Road Beach. We moved to Winnetka 38 years ago, not to be close to the lake, but to use the lake a lot, and we do. And not only did we use it the entire month of September, but so did about 100 people, maybe more, every Saturday and Sunday. And there's not one bathroom open, there's not one attendant, not one police car comes down, nothing. It's up for grabs. I think if you can afford to staff Lloyd, you can afford to staff after Labor Day, Tower Road. I'm going to agree with Mary Garrison about how wide the northern, the breakwater is, the rubble breakwater. And I'm going to suggest that it takes a lot more of our beachfront away on the north end of Lloyd, because you not only have to have the middle part and the rubble going down the side, but it can't be right next door to the neighbor. There must be some sort of setback. Would you happen to know what the setback is? I don't know, but it's going to encroach on Lloyd, and I think you should look at that. Also, I'm just a little bit confused about the whole Ishbia donation $3 million issue, and when the board is going to take that up, and whether it's going to be transparent to the residents about what's going on with that. If you're looking for donations, I think people are willing to put their names on a lot of park benches, and there might be a great opportunity all along Lloyd and Centennial. So maybe we don't need that donation. Thank you.
Anyone else in the back? Is there anyone else who would like to speak in public comment? No? Okay. I would like to make a motion, would like to have a motion to go into closed session pursuant to 5 ILCS 120. Section 2C1, the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body. 5 ILCS 120, Section 2C5, for the purchase or lease of property. 5 ILCS 122C6, for the setting of a price for sale or lease of property. And 5 ILCS 120/2C11 for litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of the particular body has been filed and is pending before court or administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds that an action is probable or imminent. So moved. May I have a second? Any discussion? Roll call?
Commissioner Root? Yes. Commissioner Tyson?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Lesson?
Yes.
Commissioner Proto?
Yes.
That motion passes, and the time is 9:59.
2 hours later than I thought. Yes. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back.